All right, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for being here, joining us this morning. I think we've got an excellent morning ahead. So I'm Laurie Locascio, President and CEO of the American National Standards Institute, or ANSI, as everyone knows us. And I'm thrilled to see so many industry leaders and innovators and standards champions gathered here today, and it's really my pleasure to welcome you to this premier conference of ANSI's Innovation Summit. It is Manufacturing Revolution, building on AI success in smart production and supply chains. And I'd also like to extend ANSI's sincere thanks to our expert speakers and our generous sponsors. I think I have a slide on the sponsorship. Is that right? I do not. But I'll get to that. Okay, so, this is an incredibly important conversation for every industry and every sector. And that's why ANSI, WorkCred, and the Association of Supply Chain Management have partnered together to bring you this event with tremendous help from Brookings Institution. And I'd like to thank our esteemed partners and speakers and each one of you for really being here today for what I think is going to be a very engaging morning and conversation. So here's the remarkable shift we're witnessing. AI in manufacturing has moved from possibility to proof. The conversation has fundamentally changed. Just 12 months ago, most manufacturers were still asking whether AI could deliver value. And today, they're asking how fast they can successfully scale it. From predictive maintenance systems and computer vision for quality control to collaborative robots working together alongside humans, U.S. manufacturers are starting to harness AI to sharpen their competitive edge in the global marketplace. Now, companies aren't just asking, should we anymore? They're asking, how do we scale? And they're not wondering anymore about ROI. They're measuring it in real dollars. And they're not debating standards, they're demanding them. But AI-powered manufacturing isn't just about efficiency gains, though those are impressive. It's about supply chains that self-heal before disruptions cascade. It's about bringing production back to American soil because smart factories can help make us cost competitive again. It's about machinists becoming AI trainers and line workers becoming data analysts and entirely new careers emerging from this technological shift. But here's the challenge. Right now, we have brilliant islands of innovation that can't talk to each other. One company's breakthrough is another's incompatible system. And that's where standards start to become essential. Standards are that common language that allow a sensor in Detroit to talk to a system in Denver. And they're the guardrails assuring AI decisions are transparent and auditable and safe. They're the bridges that transform individual innovations into industry-wide revolution. And without them, we have automation chaos. With them, we have American manufacturing resurgence. In a very timely development, ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, just approved a guidance framework on the use of AI with ISO standards content. We'll be discussing that at ANSI's upcoming member forum meetings that I hope you attend in the next 2 weeks. And we've already begun planning a workshop to help translate that framework into practical implementation strategies that companies can leverage enterprise-wide. So keep an eye out for that on ANSI.org and on social media. Now, today's agenda reflects the sense of urgency that we are all feeling from AI. We'll hear from companies that have successfully scaled AI from pilot projects to production lines, and we'll explore the toolkit of standards available right now and identify needs that are coming at us in the future. And more importantly, in our final session, we will ask for your input on standards priorities that will accelerate America's manufacturing AI transition. Now, I strongly encourage you to participate and share your insights and your ideas, ask questions, get engaged throughout the day. We'll be using Slido for some interactive polls, some questions, and asking for your responses. Sometimes we'll be asking for detailed responses. And I hope you'll be taking the opportunity to share your thoughts, because that's what makes a day like today truly invaluable. Okay, so now it's my tremendous honor to introduce our keynote speaker. Elham Tabasi is one of the most influential voices in AI today. As director of the Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Technology Initiative at the Brookings Institution, she shapes the national conversation on AI policy and practice. But what makes Elham extraordinary isn't just her current role. It's her unparalleled experience that she brings to it. Now, during her distinguished career at NIST, she was the architect of the AI risk management framework, now the global gold standard for responsible AI deployment. She led NIST's Trustworthy and Responsible AI program when AI ethics was barely a whisper in Silicon Valley. Her groundbreaking work on facial recognition testing and bias evaluation fundamentally changed how we measure AI fairness. But here's what I admire most. Elham has this remarkable ability to translate deeply technical concept into actionable insights for industry. She understands what it means to really implement AI in a factory in Michigan, a supply chain stretching to the Southeast Asia, and a workforce preparing for tomorrow's jobs. She's testified before Congress, advised the White House. Her frameworks are being adopted from Brussels to Beijing, and she's received virtually every honor our field can bestow, including being named Time Magazine's one of the most influential voices in AI. But perhaps her greatest achievement is that when industry leaders and policymakers and technologists need to understand how to make AI work responsibly at scale, they turn to her. They turn to Elham Tabasi. So as we tackle today's challenge, seeing AI across complex manufacturing systems while ensuring it remains trustworthy and beneficial, I honestly can't think of a better voice to have here to guide our discussion today. I had the pleasure of working with Elham very closely for several years. And so today, please join me in giving an enthusiastic welcome to my dear friend and one of the true visionaries in artificial intelligence, Elham Tabasi.
Well, with that introduction, I hope I don't disappoint. Thank you, Laurie. Laurie has always been a role model for all of us at NIST, and a lot still to learn from Laurie's expertise, leadership skill, and communication skills, and bringing people together. Thank you so very much for having me and starting the day with conversations around AI. I try to kind of get it to more of the practical terms, and I'm hoping to make sure that there is enough time for questions, but always available to answer questions. The title of this slide, Human-Centered Socio-Technical Approach to Trustworthy AI, is what I have been focusing on and working on for the past almost a decade, and still going on that. And today, I'm going to talk about that broader topic in use of AI in manufacturing and enabling an AI integration into manufacturing, and a tomorrow that's better than today and more prosperous than today. And I will be talking about managing risks, standards as a tool for leading globally. And if there's time, I will touch on the workforce and empowering workers. But let's start talking about the managing risk, and I will talk about the NIST AI risk management framework and how it can help with the managing risks. I think it should go without saying that AI is being considered as a very transformative power. There's a lot of things that we see that AI can do better, but it also comes with its own risks. And one of the biggest problems with the AI today is the issue of undertrust and overtrust. People trust it because it's an algorithm, it's a machine, it knows. And then there's also the distrust that because of the things that we had seen with the security risks, privacy risks, hallucinations, and all that. And then these things became a little bit more, bringing into the context of the manufacturing and what are the risks in the manufacturing and how the journey is going to happen. You guys know these things better. Manufacturing is not my field, but what we are doing with many other fields is that we are going from something that behaves predictably, it's deterministic, a lot of them are rule-based, so failure mode analysis, figuring out the breakdown, all of them are easier, to something that's with AI systems that probabilistics, it's learned from data, it can produce unexpected outputs, not just because it didn't see those stuff in the training data, because sometimes the edge cases are not being tested enough without putting it into the applications. And the issue of the alignment with the training data and basically the real-world performance that we see from AI systems are not exactly those that we seen during the laboratory testing. So with all of those things, how we go around and try to address the risks to maximize the benefits of the AI. And that's where the AI RMF came in. That was a congressional mandate to NIST to develop AI risk management framework. AI risk management framework provides a flexible, structured, and measurable way to understanding and addressing the risks. And AI RMF by itself is trying to be technology agnostic, and kind of provide a approach kind of horizontal to anything about AI. But we all know that AI is all about context and context of use. So we, as we were developing AI RMF, we envisioned development of the profile that addresses specific concerns of the specific domains. While its name is risk management, the way that risk is defined and the way the framework is working, it's really an enabler for innovations, because by understanding the things that can go wrong, by understanding the failure modes, and being able to come with mitigations plan for this, we can unlock other opportunities for doing things better and more reliable. And as Laurie also talked about, having a better knowledge of the systems, being able to test the systems for the failure modes, understanding the risks, allow for the scale, and allow for building trust, which is really the real aim of the coin of the real aim in using of the AI. So what does AI RMF do? So the first part of the AI RMF is trying to basically bring all of the conversations from principle to practice. So we wanted systems that are trustworthy. We want to de-risk the system. What constitutes trust? What are the risks of the AI system? So with working with the whole community, and I should also mention that the AI RMF was developed with the close collaborations with not only the people that build the technology, computer scientists, technologists, statisticians, but also the community that study the impact of the technologies. You know, we brought philosophers to the team. We consult with the legal scholars. So in consultation with all of them, we try to kind of get our hands around what are the risks, or try to kind of phrase the question in a positive way. What are the characteristics of a trustworthy system? So when is it what we want to see in a system to be able to say that this is trustworthy? And when there was a lot of different research at universities, at companies addressing this issue, we bring the community together to come up with the 7 characteristics that you see. And we put the valid and reliable as a horizontal on the bottom, because we all want the technologies that do the right thing, and it's easy to do the right thing. But beyond that, there are other characteristics that we want to see in AI systems, and also having a particular eye on while AI systems are software, and maybe also information technology and everything that's applied to these software systems in terms of risk management applied to AI. AI brings its own risks. So in each of these definitions and each of these characteristics, we had our eye on what's the AI angle here. So you see some of these things here. The safety, when we put the AI RMF out, which was a month before the ChatGPT comes out, ChatGPT 4 come out, but the other versions was out before that. We focus on the definition of the safety from the ISO document, which is physical or mental harm. Beyond that, we want the systems to be secure and resilient. Again, this is beyond the cybersecurity of the systems. This is the vulnerabilities that AI cause, things such as prompt injections and others that you might have heard. For a lot of the cases of the AI, we want the AI systems to be able to kind of provide context on why they become to the predictions or the recommendation that they came in. There are already some laws and regulations on the book which apply to also AI systems. For example, in financial systems and circles, if a loan application is denied, there should be an explanation for why. So explainability and interpretability of AI. Privacy enhanced, I'm sure you have heard about these things that, when ChatGPT came out, if you ask the ChatGPT to repeat the same word again and again and again, after a threshold of 120 times or so, they start blurting out all of the training data. So the training data was personal email communications, can be medical records, and all of them has certain privacy aspects. But all of these issues, I'm just giving you examples, they're a lot more intense. The issue of the fairness and harmful bias managed is another thing, because we kind of want to make sure that the system benefits all of the users. We insisted on putting the word harmful bias managed, because sometimes bias is designed into the system. Example of that is the car insurance for the different drivers. The younger drivers, the teenagers get the higher insurance rate. And then accountable and transparent, and that becomes really important. I think it's very relevant to the conversations on standard. And we put it sort of a vertical because it applies to the systems, but also to the processes. So with that sort of level setting and bringing everybody on a shared understanding of what we mean by risk, what we mean by AI systems, what we mean by risks of AI systems, the AI RMF went on to provide something about 72 recommendations categorized in the 4 high-level functions of map, measure, manage, and govern to sort of understand and measure and manage the risk of the AI systems. I'll go through some of these, all of the functions, and I'll talk about some of them more than others. Let's start with the govern function. And we intentionally put the govern in the middle of the diagram that you say, and I think somewhere in the AI RMF also says that everything starts with govern and ends with govern. And here with the govern, we mean the roles and responsibilities, the processes that you need for a successful risk management. This is really important, and this is not new. Many of the organizations already have many different processes for, I don't know, cybersecurity risk management, for privacy risk management. There's the data officers, there are privacy officers. So the importance of how to plug in the AI risk management to the enterprise risk management and how to do this, and then kind of making sure that the processes are either effective or whatever augmentations are needed to get it to the being applicable to the AI. So I tried to put some examples to extent that I know about manufacturing for the applications of the govern function into the manufacturing use cases. A lot of emphasis, and goes back to the accountability characteristics, a lot of emphasis on how to set up the roles and responsibility in a right way so the accountability line is clear. Emphasis on the team that develop the systems or the design of systems is separate from those that are testing the systems, separate than those that are making the final decisions about deploy or not, or what other changes needed to be before the deployment. The map functions focuses on understanding the context, what AI systems is being used, who is going to be used, what are the impacts of the AI system, and basically trying to figure out also the question of should we even deploy this technology, and what are the risks of not deploying this technology. Again, this is an important step on understanding the benefits of the AI systems, but also enumerating the different risks which those trustworthiness characteristics that I mentioned, just imagining them as the other side of the risk. One thing that also I should mention here is that in these steps, we can't, zero error and zero risk doesn't exist for technology. So at the end, it all becomes about the trade-offs, and we cannot go and kind of minimize privacy risk and security risk and optimize the interoperability of the systems just because the current state of the science and technology doesn't allow us to do that. So based on the context of the use, trying to prioritizing these different characteristics, prioritizing the different risks that the system can have, and coming up with the right eventually response to the risk becomes important, and the map functions provide recommendations on how to do that. The measure and manage functions focus on quantitatively or qualitatively measuring the risks that has been identified during the map functions, and based on the processes set up as part of the govern function. And the manage functions provide recommendations on how to come up with a response to the risks that has been identified, prioritized, and tiered. Honestly, one of the technical challenges in the community today is tools and methods to do the measurement of risks. We just don't have the right science of measuring what safety in AI systems is, or how to measure the security of the systems. Some of these problems had not been solved for the software, and with the AI, they are being exacerbated. And that's where a lot of the different communities are spending their focus and energy and effort on that. But the managed functions really built on the traditional risk management disciplines. And for some of you familiar with the SR 11-7 in the financial sectors, we borrowed a lot from them. So AI RMF, again, just summary, talks about kind of decluttering the noise, understanding, getting it from principle to practice, understanding what is risks, and then provide recommendations on how to map, measure, manage the risks. So that all goes to advancing trustworthy systems. But AI systems are more than just data, compute, and algorithm, and there are complex interactions of data, compute, and algorithm with the environment, with the human that operates them, with the human that being impacted to them. So we have to also think about how to deploy or use AI systems within a culture of responsible AI. So we talked about the roles and responsibility of the different actors across the different stages and life cycle of the AI systems, and you will see that we put the people and planet right at the middle of this diagram with a nod to AI systems are socio-technical, and we need socio-technical approaches for that. And then you will see that we put an emphasis on continual monitoring because with the AI systems, we have data drift, we have algorithm drift. So AI risk management is not something that you do it once and done, but something that it has to be, again, the govern function talks about this, how to come with the right cadence of the continual monitoring based on the risks of the applications. So, that may be a lot, right? When AI RMF came out, a lot of people look at it and said 72 recommendations. Do we have to do all of them? Where do we start? How do we do it? And that becomes important questions for the people and organizations that are not very large, right? A lot of the big organizations do have a risk office or efforts going on. So we put a AI RMF playbook out, trying to, for each of the recommendations, talk about the tools and standards that are already available to help with the implementations of those. That is a work in progress, and I'm sure that my colleagues at NIST are still working on that. We also start by, give the recommendation that start small. From the 72 recommendation, figure out what are the things that are already being implemented in your organizations, build on top of that, or figure out one or two that you can implement right now, and start from there and build the capacity and capability to expand this and kind of adjust with the implementation as it goes on. And document. There's a lot of emphasis on the documentations in the AI RMF, and I think at a broader overview of the AI system, some of you may be familiar with the Hiroshima AI process that talks about the documentations, and I truly believe that in the lack of repeatable scientific evaluations of the AI systems, documentations, and maybe even first-party self-attestations is the starting point to understand how the different entities are approaching the AI risks, and if we come up with some sort of a baseline or standards for documentations, they call it transparency disclosures, that gives us a starting point to build on this, to gain the technical muscles and eventually the standards and certification for that. So that was the AI RMF. It came out in 2023, sorry, and then knowing that the field is moving too fast, we put a revision cycle of 3 to 5 years on this. We are already approaching the 3rd year, so I'm sure my colleagues at NIST are thinking about which part of that needs to be updated or not. We put out a sort of a profile for the generative AI after the rise of the generative AI, and talk about risks that are exacerbated or unique to generative AI systems, such as hallucinations. So a lot of work is continued. At the same time, I am very pleased, all of my colleagues at NIST are very pleased with the uptake of the AI RMF, both in the policy conversations, but also in the different organizations for adoption. And then within the ISO IEC subcommittee 42, ISO 42001 is sort of based on the approach of the AI RMF with the form function of map, measure, manage, and govern, and some of the recommendations. And the nice thing also that happened is that there's a crosswalk between 42000 and the AI RMF. ISO SC42 take it further by, I think, 42006, which is a sort of a compliance to the 42001. So these are all great progress, but let's also be kind of understand where we are, kind of well done, great job, but what's next? But for us, for everybody at NIST and myself when I did this, and also the community. And that is that a lot of this and a lot of the things that we can do, as I mentioned, is implementation of the govern and map recommendations. So it's focused on organizational governance, and we haven't kind of get into more on the, you want to call it certifications, but evaluation of the AI system. So the question of what good look like for my context, what should be the thresholds for the risks? These are all questions that should be answered based on the context of the use. What is secure for one applications or private for one applications may not be the same for other applications. But how do we go and test for security, for privacy, for validity? Those are the areas that the community is working on that very, very vigorously. There is no shortage of benchmark and evaluations, but there is limitations with the current benchmarks and evaluations. So that becomes another area that may be something for each of the organizations to figure out, but also as a community, how to put our head together to try to address that. Moving it, or we already move on to the standard, a lot of the things I think Laurie mentioned that in her opening remark about the standards, and I'm sure that a lot of the standard guru in the room that I had the opportunity to learn from all of you know about this, but what I want to emphasize here is, we talk about the standards as interoperability that can help with the trade, and those are all true. But at least for the AI, definitely, it's also provide a competitive advantage. Again, you guys know this a lot better than I know, but yes, AI standards in general, and AI standard, we just talk about the conformity assessment and compliance. But again, it's also about competitiveness. and tie it with the conversations about regulations and policy, and many of you, I'm sure, follow the EU AI Act, you know, that the lawmakers, the regulators, they stay abstract and high level in the documents that they produce. They don't define what safety is or what non-discriminatory is in the case of the New York law, and they leave it to the technical community, and particularly in the case of the EU AI Act, to the standard community to get to those technical details and provide those sort of a guidance and specification to the community. So with that, AI, the standards in AI space can support with better understanding of what AI systems can do, what they can interoperate, what type of testings they need to be done, what does the passing the test will mean, what are the data format, and that particularly becomes important in the conversations about agentic AI. As I'm sure you know, some of the protocols for the agents to talk with each other. Agents are computer programs that talk with each other and basically can act and plan on behalf of the human. Some of the protocols for these agents to talk to each other are coming from you know, one company, and I think the better way is that consensus building, bringing the community to understand these things. And following on the standards really helps with the competitiveness. I really consider standards, and I have to say that I have been going to standard meetings since 2004. I learned a lot from Lisa and schooled by Lisa a lot on this. Standards, and particularly in AI space, can bridge between innovation and trust, and that's why we really want the AI standards. Laurie talked about enabling scale and encoding best practices. I think when you bring the community together and try to understand the specification, we can also figure out what are the things that's missing and then tie it back to the research community, technical community to find the answers. The scale part, I remember that way back, I think, beginning of the COVID, NIST was doing a series of the AI and manufacturing, and one of the things I learned talking to the people and listening to the conversations was that the issue of the data format, you know, each of the different groups, organizations, manufacturer lines, they have their own data format, and that prevents them not only from talking with each other, but they think that keeping the data format together and not having it in an interoperable way is also helping them with the staying ahead in whatever they're doing, which I found it counterintuitive, and we are seeing it more about AI. But it's not just about the data and about APIs and about the softwares. I think it also for the workforce training, and if you just be trained for certain applications, then you cannot work for the other type of the manufacturing work. So there is a lot to be done in this space because definitely with AI and now with the manufacturing and supply chain and all this, these things transcend borders. So the more we get kind of a interoperable way of doing things, we are helping with the innovations, and then innovation breeds on trust because it needs adoption to find other areas for innovation. And I think the market access is self-explanatory. And what I learned in sitting in many of the standard development conversations and being editor of the standards is that you all know this, being first to the market and kind of knowing where the market is going, where standards are going, and being prepared for that. And that is yet another advantage for innovation. I'm going to go kind of making sure that I leave enough time for conversations. I'll be very quick on the empowering workers. I already talked about standards for reskilling and training and making sure that they are being trained. You know, there's a lot of conversations about AI literacy. I think that's a word that needs a lot more clarifications. It can mean many different things, but standards on how to upskill and kind of what is the connecting the knowledge about AI and kind of digital literacy with a lot of the knowledge about the manufacturing. That's analog work, and the manual work becomes really important. When it comes to the impact of AI on labor market, on workforce. There is a lot of studies there. Brookings is also studying that. We see a lot of report coming out. My own position is there is a lot that we don't know. That's true for everything about AI, but particularly for the impact on the workforce. We just don't have the data on how it has been already shaped the labor market. A lot of the data that the companies are publishing report based on is based on the individual use of AI versus enterprise use of AI. And I think we will see if we really want to study the impact on the labor market or study the adoption and all this, we need enterprise data that we currently don't have. I think all of these conversations also get exacerbated with the difficulty in understanding the trajectory of AI. Is the progress going to get stalled? Is the capability that we see today is where it was achievable? Is it going to continue at the same rate that we see sort of an improvement in capabilities every 4 months or so? Or is it going to be, you're going to see another innovations, the same thing that the Transformers was dropped by Google in 2017, which became the basis for ChatGPT in 2022. And I think for each of those scenarios, we should have a process and a approach to understand the constraints for those processes. Trying to wrap up, I think what I'm trying to say is that when we look at the history of the technological advancements, we all want the technologies that works. It's easy to do the right thing, difficult to do the wrong thing, and easy to recover where something goes wrong. I think we kind of lost with a lot of the software and social media, the part about making it easy to do the right thing and put the blame on the security and privacy back to the users rather than trying to go and build the technologies that are robust. The conversations about security by design, privacy by design got we start hearing it in the past few years, but why not start thinking about trustworthiness by design and trying to figure out how much of those things can be designed into the systems rather than being a bolt-in after the technology is developed through the policy or educations of the users or a lot of other things. But when it comes to the AI, beyond the technical robustness, beyond the technologies that are trustworthy, we also need societal resilience because, again, the AI impacts everybody's life. And that's where it's really important to open the participations and the voices around the table as we're building this field, as we're building the standards for that. I keep hearing from civil society groups particularly that they have a lot of interest in coming to the standard conversations, but they just don't have the bandwidth to come there. So what are the ways of trying to make sure that we make it more easy for those voices? And I have to say, as somebody that with the implementation and development of the AI RMF tried to bring many different voices around the table, it's not easy because we use very, very different terminology, very, very different vocabulary. Simple, you think dictionary terms such as risk and bias means completely different things with the different domains. But I think that's the thing that we have to do to come up with more reliable approaches. And this is what I want to end with. The phrase AI doesn't happen to us appeared in the scientific report that the Yashab NGO led as part of the UN report, and that report is going to be, the version 2 or the second version is going to come out. And that stuck to me. AI doesn't happen to us. And that means that the future of the AI is not inevitable. The pace is fast. We feel like that we are reacting to what's happening to us, but I think we all should take a moment and figure out how to change our posture from reaction to proactive. And really, the rooms like this that we have technologists, practitioners, standard developers are the rooms that the future of the AI should be discussed and decisions should be made. And again, we seems to be reacting to what AI can do and to try to find approaches to use AI rather than trying to figure out and ask the questions of what we want it to do for our organizations, for our people. With that, I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. That's a lot of questions, so let's go one by one.
I'll start. So Elham, first of all, thank you. That's a lot of content. And, my question is, it seems that people are starting to trust AI. You talked about trustworthy AI, but it feels like people are starting to trust AI as definitive source more than they ever have, and that continues to grow. Can you talk a little bit about why that's happening or what you've observed?
Yeah. If I understand the question right, so thank you very much for that question, because it also allowed me to say something that I forgot to mention. I talked a lot about building the technology that's trustworthy, but getting people to trust that it's by itself a different thing. There are all of these studies about how people trust something, and kind of the different cognitive biases. We all process information that's been given to us in a different way, part of showing that these systems are has social resilience is part of trying to build that trust. I think I mentioned the issue of the undertrust and overtrust of the AI systems. My approach always is trying to ground the conversations in data and show, again, what trust means. Get it out of, bring it down from more philosophical terms to something that people understand. So if, imagine a future that we have agreed on what are the trustworthy characteristics, or what are the important ones that can by itself be a standard. We have specification standard on what are the things that needs to be tested. We have a vibrant ecosystem of the evaluators and a robust conversations about how to test. I don't think how to test should be standardized, because that would be too prescriptive and difficult to update, but a very tight feedback loop with the research community on how to do the testing, and a very vibrant ecosystem of the testing, and then standards and specification on how to communicate the result of those testings. So if somebody says that my system is biased or not, what testing was done and how the decisions has been made. On the claim of the security, what has been tested and how the decisions has been made. People don't need to know all of these things, but they have the trust in another entity like ISO or a specification that says it has been done. So in that world that we have the specifications and we have a ecosystem to do the testing, and we have a sort of a standard of specification on how to report back, with the legitimacy of the organizations that produce each of these steps, I think people will feel more comfortable. I'll come to the question. There's something I want to say very quickly. The conversations about a nutrition label for AI systems. This comes up a lot. We don't know how those numbers are being measured, what exactly they mean, but each of us has basically built our mental model, what's the right thing for me. We have a very long way to go to that sort of a summarizing everything to a numbers, but there are places that we can start towards that. Yep.
Oh, here we go. Thanks. We, of course, speak in workforce development. I love the empowering of workers element to your speech. Those of us in the workforce, though, are seeing sort of it's a shotgun approach these days in AI between the universities, the employers, the workforce development. How we are going to try to bring a more coordinated effort in regard to the body of knowledge and how it's utilized so that right now it seems to be the good, the bad, and the ugly out there in regard to that. And people in the workforce are confused about where do they go to find the sort of the truth, if you will.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and that's very true for the workforce. But again, with a lot of things about AI, there is a lot of noise, and with a lot of, again, things, we have people on the two opposite sides of the spectrum. AI is going to displace all of the jobs. No, it's going to augment, and new jobs are going to create it that we don't know. The people that say that, the book came out, I'm sure you have heard about it. The title is, If Anybody Builds It, Everybody Dies. AI is going to go and, end the humanity to this techno-optimist vision of GDP growth of 4.7%, 8%, these crazy numbers. And what's also happening is that a lot of us going to the different meeting, the people that have already set up their mind on either part of the spectrum come, repeat the same thing that they say. We all agree or disagree and then leave the room without doing anything. We go to the next meeting and do the same thing. And what happens is that for the people that are being impacted, some are really, have fear. Some other ones is saying that again, overtrust. No, I'm going to get on the bandwagon of AI. One of the things I'm trying to do at the Brookings, and I think it's important for the community to do, is change this type of discourse to bring the people on the different part of the spectrums, start documenting when we agree on, documenting where we disagree on, and kind of be actionable on the steps that we need to take to kind of close the delta. The delta may not be closed, we may not be able to build a consensus, but at least we can start decluttering the noise. That's why, when I started looking at the conversations about the workforce, which was not my area, as I get to the break and start looking at this, and I realized that we don't even have the data. We are just reacting on observations, and that's not the right thing. So that's what I think. I think what we need to do is instead of just stating the problem and admiring the problem, let's try to crystallize the questions. And then you said that a lot of community are working on this, come up with a research agenda to get this. So that was not quite the answer probably that you want, but I think that's where we are at the stage of the AI and try to do that. All right, thank you so very much.
Thanks, Elham, for those exceptional contributions to the beginning of our discussion today. It's great. Just a few observations, and Elham touched on managing risks, and because manufacturing has physical consequences, either through supply chains or products and digital products or physical products, so it's something to think about. And also competing globally, we're going to talk about supply chains and finally some touching on workforce issues. So she's teed us up very well for the next couple of sessions. We'll be talking about practical effects of AI on the manufacturing space, both within the factory floor context and in the supply chain. I think a couple things we should keep in mind that I think were very important is that AI, we're talking about models, tools, and systems, and application is context specific. It's very important to remember that well. So many of these standards address broad cross-cutting issues, which is important as a foundational perspective. In application, what we mean when we talk about artificial intelligence differs quite significantly across application areas. And also another key point, I think, in manufacturing, which applies in other sectors as well, start small and scale. So she's left us some very good thoughts for the rest of the day, and we're going to take a brief break, and then I hope you'll come back on time for the next session. Let's be back by 10:15, and we have a good panel coming up on the supply chain and actual practical applications. So thanks very much. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a chance to refuel and get ready for the the next session. So we'll now move to what promises to be a really fascinating discussion about one of the most pressing challenges in manufacturing today, taking AI from successful pilots, start small, to full-scale production across systems and across supply chains. So I look forward to hearing about practical implications that Elham teed up in her keynote speech. So please join me in welcoming your moderator for this session, Douglas Kent, who's the Executive Vice President of Corporate and Strategic Alliances at the Association for Supply Chain Management. And Douglas is going to be joined by a distinguished panel of experts to share their real-world insights. So please welcome all three of our speakers to the stage.
Great, good morning. Now we're going to talk from theory to reality. So as was mentioned, my name is Douglas Kent. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Association for Supply Chain Management, or ASCM. Hopefully you've heard of us. We're the largest nonprofit association in the world with 50,000 members across 100 different countries. So thank you for inviting me to moderate the session today. And I'll allow my panelists to introduce themselves. So Dr. Jim Davis.
So my name is Jim Davis.
Good start.
Yeah. As usual, I made some notes for an introduction, but I've thrown them out, and I'd like to kind of handle it in a different way. First of all, I need to thank my table, namely Steve, Christian, and Jen. They started an argument on standards already, so I wanted to set the stage right off the bat. I'm not a standards person. I find them very, very valuable, and I'll talk about them a lot. But I talk a lot more about consistency, agreement, governance, and market, and how these come together in the context of the standards. So I'll use the word standards probably once today, and then move on. The other thing I'll just mention, I really appreciated Elham's comments. Elham and I've been tracking what she's been doing for a very, very long time. From my perspective, I've worked very closely with NIST, the Engineering Laboratory and the Information Technology Laboratory, and the combination of those has been heavily influenced by Elham as we've moved on this. The term smart manufacturing is associated with me, so you'll hear me use that term quite a bit. The term smart manufacturing, from my standpoint, was coined in 2006, and it actually paralleled Industry 4.0 starting up. We actually started up almost at the same time, but independently. But for the purposes of today, the term smart manufacturing came about because I had been doing AI for 20 years already in the 80s and the 90s, and it went out of vogue. People remember that. People stopped talking about, I don't want to talk about AI. I did learn to spell it, but no one wanted to talk about it. So we started calling it intelligent systems, and in 2006, the term cyber infrastructure entered the networking and computer world and so forth, and that was sort of the chance. So rather than calling it AI, we called it smart manufacturing, because we still were not using that term. But if you look at where the term came from, we had coined this long phrase called smart, proactive, predictive, preventive, zero emissions manufacturing. And we couldn't say that over and over again, and so we just lopped out the middle and started calling it smart manufacturing. But my point is that whenever I mention smart manufacturing, I'm fundamentally talking about a foundation of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital twins all coming together.
Great, thank you, Jim. And Gerald Jackson from Oracle.
Hello, I'm Gerald Jackson. I'm a Vice President of Product Strategy for Oracle's Cloud Manufacturing and Supply Chain Solutions. My quick story around smart manufacturing and supply chain and AI is, I'm an old sort of lean Six Sigma guy. When we were doing, analytics using, desktop computers and massive amounts of statistics, taking data off the shop floor and using humans to do analytics to figure out what the problems are. And I'd say right around 2017, AI, 2014 or so, cloud computing started coming in the horizon. The accessibility of big data analytics became more pervasive. And I shifted my career from just traditional supply chain transformation to really digital transformation using analytics, AI, and cloud computing. And so I took on leadership roles at Google for their massive supply chain operations for data centers and Pixel phones and Waymo cars. and then moved over to GE Digital during the Industry 4.0 craze, where we're doing a lot of predictive analytics. And I ran teams doing neural networks and machine learning and that sort of thing. And now at Oracle, we're really focused on embedding agentic AI into manufacturing and supply chain processes, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of my learnings with you all today.
Great, thank you, Gerald. And we're going to start with you because we're fresh. You and I were both attending Oracle AI World last week, and I joked at the beginning of that and said if every time someone said the words AI, they could take a shot, and then everyone would be trashed by lunch. And it kind of proved out to be the case, but we won't talk about that today. But maybe just starting there, I mean, coming off of the back end of that session where literally thousands of people were coming together. And I think the common theme leaving that session was really what Lori talked about in the very beginning is, what are the use cases? How do we scale? It's not AI, certainly, and Jim mentioned it, of course, it's not a new thing. But the application is becoming much more prolific. So maybe just a few insights coming out of the back end of the conference last week that was a common theme of the users of AI looking for those use cases and looking for appropriate applications.
Yeah, I think there's one use case that I think identifies sort of the two core challenges around AI for manufacturing and supply chain. And I'll call that condition-based predictive maintenance use case, right? Where on one hand, you've got more of a not quite deterministic, but some physics-based models using AI to predict anomalies. And that's very much an analytics problem. How do I get all this data, build an algorithm, and for rotating equipment or vibrating equipment or baking equipment, figuring out when is this going to break and what part of it's going to break. And that takes a particular type of AI in order to do that. Now, for the same use case, end to end, once I figure out something's going to break, I need to repair it. And so how do I tap into the knowledge that's been baked into our systems and maybe even in paper-based systems that have been scanned in for 30 years of maintaining this type of equipment? And how do I make that knowledge accessible to the technician in that moment? That's a different type of AI. It's much more of a process opportunity than it is an analytics opportunity. And what I'm seeing is companies are really sort of struggling with this because they've given their Gen AI challenge to their analytics teams. And they're trying to solve it not in a process-centric way, but in an analytics type way. And last week, we saw many companies sort of sharing their experience as they're trying to go from pilot to scale. They're recognizing the resurgence of what I'll call a business process owner, taking the lead on the agentic side, and then leaving the analytics of building out the digital twins and the anomaly detection in the hands of the analytics team. So that's one of the big themes that came out of AI World for me last week.
Yeah, and in the session you and I attended together last week, I said, I feel like our community looks at AI as a solution in search of a problem, right? And I think that's fundamentally kind of where we are. But Jim, from your perspective, just playing off of Gerald's comments in terms of where do you think we are and lessons that people are learning as we try to scale, as you said, smart manufacturing is not a new concept.
First of all, I totally agree. And we come at it from a process system standpoint, and we can dive into the LLMs and where those kind of fit in, but it's kind of like a different problem compared to when you get into a plant situation. But I actually do like to talk in the nitty gritty. So here's a very specific example to get at the kinds of things we're really working on in the past and today. So a project we've been doing with Seagate Technology has been around the process of wafer manufacturing. And when we get into this, talking about the data, just take an etch machine. So an etch machine runs batches, to do an etching process. It takes about 20 minutes, 40,000 data points for each one of those batch runs. And then we were looking at data on the order of about 2 years, and 2 years had about 40,000 batch runs per machine. And our question was, I don't want to build out one just application for each machine and have them run it independently. I want to be able to work across these machines. So what do I do? So we're looking at how do I take the data off each of 5 machines or 6 machines across companies, across factories. What do I need to do for that data to come together? And we worked with the companies to work through the business, the governance, the practice, in which we could pool that data. We put together supersets on the order of 100,000 batch runs and started using that tool data to start predicting pass-fail on wafer production, so you get an early detection on the quality of the product, and that actually saves a huge amounts of money. But those are the kinds of problems that actually spill into the supply chain, because you have to have this consistency, you have to have the pooling of the data, and there's different ways the data needs to be used at different layers of the scaling from an operational standpoint, which I hope we'll get into, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a chance to talk about data, because I think it's so super important, and I love what people talk about leveraging big data when they haven't even figured out how to leverage little data yet. But anyway, we'll definitely come back to that. But Jim, just keeping with you for a second. So here are companies who are trying to transition. They've maybe done some pilots. They maybe have a good story to tell. Maybe they took the advice that we heard earlier, starting small, proving things out, scaling fast, et cetera. But as you work with companies like Seagate and others, like, are there high-level strategies that you're recommending for companies that are looking to move from pilot to full-scale production and the utilization of AI?
Yeah, and let me put my comments in context real quick. My main point to this question will be the data processing is missing in action. Everyone focuses on the algorithm, everyone focuses on the model, and no one focuses on what you need to do with the data and how do you get the data right. But let me tell you where that's coming from. So I was mentioning 80s and 90s. We built 20 or 30 systems before you had data. So we learned a lot about how to build an AI system and what constitutes how to structure knowledge and so forth and build this and so forth. And you could get pretty good, but what was missing is there was no network, there was no cloud, there was no data, there was no computation back in that day. If you fast forward, and I had the fortunate, or maybe it was unfortunate, depending on how you look at it.
Be careful of your words there.
I went to the administrative side. I was CIO at Ohio State University and at UCLA during the scale-up of the network, scale-up of privacy, scale-up of security, and so I actually lived and breathed all of these issues as the network was coming into play. But the practicality of being able to do that actually went back to the data. If I fast forward to today, from an AI standpoint, there's so much focus on keeping the data closed. There's so much focus on how the data is built into a process system. It's so embedded, you put it there and you can't use it for anything else. You spend 70% of the cost of putting in a system is getting the data gathered and put together, and you can't do anything else with that. The market drives us to proprietary kinds of solutions. The cloud drives us to proprietary solutions. Almost every force that's happening in process systems drives towards embedded data. It just doesn't get out there. And if you look at the university side of things, there's actually a huge capability to build out the algorithms, but the data is not there to do it. And I can talk to my friends and colleagues at the National Science Foundation. Thousands of proposals come in, algorithm this, algorithm that, and they don't have the data with which to do it. And so there's this big gap in order of the capacity from a US standpoint to build these things out. So all I'm saying is there's so many ways the data is missing in action. So to answer the question, the thing I say is start small, but don't start on the algorithm. You have to start on the business case, yes, but don't start on the algorithm. Start on getting your data right, and you need to put a strategy in place to get the data consistent and built out right and reusable and so forth. And we can talk about that a long time, but we'll come back to it.
No, great advice, great starting point. And Gerald, kind of the same question to you, because you sit uniquely in advising Oracle from a product development standpoint and trying to translate what your customers are telling you they need. So identifying what the problem really is, right, and making sure that your team is internally developing solutions that are satisfying the problem, including data governance and cleanliness of data, et cetera. So from your perspective, what advice from a strategic perspective are you giving your corporate clients in moving from pilot to production?
Yeah, well, I'm starting the conversation around which problem are you trying to solve, right? And then I can help you figure out which approach to take. And so the problems that are top of mind for the manufacturing and supply chain leaders that I talked to today is around resilience. I think there was a conversation about the socio-technical systems, right? And so resilience is when your socio-technical system internally is aligned with the changing world and the environment, right? And so the people, process, and technology has to be able to adapt. And so companies are trying to solve the problem of resilience through agentic AI, right? That's where most of the conversations are going right now. Now, solving that problem and tackling that problem is much different than 5 years ago when I was spending most of my time really talking about building models and trying to do more predictive sort of analytics. And so where companies are now is they're in an adopt an existing model mode versus build your own model. And this is where folks like Oracle and the enterprise application world is bringing the models to the applications as opposed to asking companies to take their data out of the context of execution and put it in some other place and then have to rebuild sort of this big analytics looking tool to get to the benefits. So we're basically encouraging folks to, like I said earlier, lead with process. Everybody in this room knows the old story about every business process is about 70% non-value added. And some of that is non-value added but necessary. And so these non-value added but necessary activities in every business process is tailor-made for an AI agent. And so we talk about the AI agent essentially being, and we'll get into sort of the governance and standards around this maybe later, but the idea is that these large language models that are built off of massive amounts of data that no one company would ever be able to create. So you've got your OpenAIs, your Perplexities, your Llamas, your Geminis. They've built these entities that are essentially the smartest, most sharpest undergrad or graduate student that knows history, physics, math, science, all that, and you put that into your enterprise system, and now you can start to get things like cycle time compression of your business processes. You can build advisors to shrink the learning curve for new employees. You can completely change the game with how companies interact with their enterprise data. And this does not require them to be experts in AI. This requires them to be experts in their process. And that is a huge shift in the thinking of the CIOs of most of these companies, where they've spent the last 10 years trying to build their own digital twins. And now we're asking them not to do that. If you want to get the fastest path to ROI is driving productivity.
Yeah, so I want to keep a little bit on this theme of resiliency because we're still, as an association in collaboration with KPMG, we do something which is called the Supply Chain Stability Index. And that's really measuring our ability to remain resilient in the face of all these macro factors which are happening, right? And we're still twice as fragile in our supply chains than we were on a pre-pandemic level. So the new norm is, the reality is the need for resiliency. And I think a lot of people are looking towards AI-based solutions to build resiliency across an incredibly global, complex supply chain network. So maybe Jim, starting with you, is like, how do we tie these two things together? How do we have an effective C-level conversation that says resiliency has a connection with AI, and AI is a possibility to help you build more resiliency into the supply chain, even with existing complex supply chains that are facing ongoing disruption?
Sure, easy question.
Yeah, I thought that's what I thought. I thought I'd put the easy one to you first.
Let me hit it at a kind of a supply chain level and a detailed data level. Jared, I'll pick up on what you're saying first. So we see the same thing, agentic. Actually, that to me is just a nice name for some old stuff, but it's a very good name. I'm very bad with brands, but it's a good name. It's the LLMs and their capability and the way those algorithms are working are really powerful for analyzing lots and lots of data. We actually see that value, just as you're saying. The question is the data in a form which it can be analyzed? And that's the detailed question that I'm raising. What we're seeing is there's several elements to the data that are really important. One is, we call it qualification. So when the data is collected off of a machine or off of a plant, someone has to say, this was good data. Someone has to say it was good data. My machine was running as I expected, so I can use this data in a model. So qualification becomes very, very important. There's, of course, the labeling, there is the contextualization, et cetera. But almost all of these models also include, they have to be in context. So you can't just go to a machine and just collect a bunch of data. In our etch machine, it's 33 variables. You can't just go to any etch machine, collect the 33 variables, and apply it to a plant. You actually have to apply it to recipes, substrates, different aspects of the context of the operation. So there's additional data that's put into there. So how do you get the data? It's categorization. You have to have that data really consistently processed if it's going to go across machines. And then the other part that's left out from my perspective is the engineering of the data. I call it, it's a selection, but if you go into this, you have to select the data to engineer it, and you have to select the data to test and to validate it. And validation, testing, and so forth is pretty weak out there, if you ask me. The skills to validate a model are not there. So we see a lot of value in collaboration around the data, collaboration around the model, and then collaboration on the methods to process the data, to validate it, to qualify it. And the more you do that, the better that data is to do the agentic kinds of activities.
Can I just jump in real quick on that? I think there's this new term, I'll just call it, that has popped up in the last couple of years that is now part of this conversation. It's called this vectorization of the data, right? So if you want a large language model to interact with your data, it has to be not only all the things that you just mentioned about consolidated and standardized, it also now needs to be vectorized, which is a completely new term for folks that are dealing with data and databases. This allows the large language model to do all that tokeny stuff and the things that it needs to do to reason and consider it as part of giving you a response. Now, what I'm seeing is, because it's so complicated to take data from traditional storage mechanisms, put it into a new sort of vectorized space, and then get it ready for AI to engage with it, what we're seeing is a race between companies that are just, I need to get to AI now, which are sort of building their own, and then the enterprise software providers that are building the next version of data historians, the next version of MES systems, to store the data vectorized in the transactional layer so you don't have to move it. So the idea would be, if the data is good enough for me to run my business on, then it's also going to be good enough for me to do this in analytics on. Because the modern database technology allows you to leave it in execution mode without having to move it like we did 10 years ago. Right, 10 years ago we would say, well, I can't do reporting off of my transactional data because my systems are going to overload and blow up. But modern software development practices allow you to leave the data where it's at and then have the compute run anywhere. So this modern software development framework allows us to do things today that we really just couldn't even do or imagine just 5 years ago.
Well, going back to the earlier conversation that happened today, let's talk a little bit about trust, because that can be the inhibitor to move things into production because of the fact that we don't trust the data, or the data doesn't, or we don't trust the algorithm. We can't follow the path of how that led to a decision-making process. So sometimes our human loop in the system is actually the inhibitor to moving things to scale. So let's talk a little bit about that. So Jim, you talked a lot about the importance of having your data correct, right? And understanding, and Gerald mentioned it as well, understanding the problem we're trying to solve and what's the value of that data in solving the problem, et cetera. But how do we still overcome the human element of, do I trust the system? Do I take action against the decision I'm asking it to help me enable? How do we overcome the barrier of trust?
A couple things, but I'll wander just a little bit. The thing that goes through my mind, one of the lessons learned back in the 80s was people, I'm going to use a term that hasn't been used in a long time. By the way, I've been looking at this since I put my slide rule on the shelf. But one of the lessons learned was under the term expert systems was you can't rely on the algorithm to solve the whole problem. You can't just put all this data out there and let the algorithm solve it. And I start to see a lot of that sort of thinking starting to show back up because you can put all this data together today. And one of the things that has changed is the ability to work with huge amounts of data. So I'm in total agreement that you can do a lot more with the processing of the data, but you need to be a little careful with expecting an algorithm to solve the entire problem. And so that's why we're just trying to be a little careful with how that data is categorized and put together in the context of that data, because you'll go much farther. Going back to this Seagate example, we actually brought 12 manufacturers together. And, let me go back to a different example first. In an automotive plant, you'll see about 50 different independent vendor systems. Supply, operations, quality, all sorts of things. Most of them are put together with proprietary siloed data systems, but they're working off similar data coming through. So what we're really talking about from my perspective is if you've put all those systems together, what you've done now is you've built independent systems in a siloed fashion. And now today we're trying to say we need to have that system from that vendor talk to this system from that vendor, and I need to roll both of these systems up into something other than a spreadsheet, so I'm making things better. So how do you start doing that? Well, it's 250 person hours to start connecting those up, and if you start multiplying those, it's impossible. It just does not scale. And so the question becomes, how can you put the data together in a good order, and it can now be put together and aggregated in ways that are going to be needed. And this is getting to the supply chain question, because the supply chain, when you look across companies or across factories, are going to have to do a very similar thing. So again, I'm just focusing on, there's lots of ways we can do the data right first that allows all this stuff to happen much easier and much cheaper, much more securely. The privacy can be dealt with, and the trust is built up by focusing and just getting an understanding of how the data is being put together.
Yeah, I think your example clearly illuminates why trust becomes an issue, because I'm taking data from a system I'm familiar with, I'm looking for interoperability to solve a problem which is bigger than the individualized systems or the data that resides within those systems. And I think that is a big inhibitor of trust. And Gerald, from your perspective, your team deals with that all the time. We talked about it last week, right? How do you build trust on saying, oh, I'm pulling this from my manufacturing execution systems, I'm pulling this from my TMS, and I'm pulling this, and I want all that information to come together to help enable a decision, but I'm not even familiar with the system or the data that's being pulled into that equation.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I told you we'd figured it all out.
Oh,
right?
okay, session over.
So we figured it all out.
Okay,
No, I'm just
back
kidding.
on.
No, so all that's true. Where we're focused a lot right now is this new entity called the AI sort of agent and the large language models that we're asking people to trust. I think there was a question earlier about people trusting AI now more than ever, sort of just taking the output of AI as fact. And I think if you take my analogy around a large language model being like a college graduate, what university? Was it accredited? What was the curriculum? Like, how is this entity trained? And can I really trust that the data that's backed it, that it's built off of is unbiased and all these things? And so right now, I would say that companies are really sort of struggling with how do they come up with their own way of validating competence and accuracy of a large language model that they want to now use as the heart of their sort of automation, using AI to automate some of their core business processes. And what I'm seeing is each company is sort of tackling this on their own, because there's no real sort of standard that says OpenAI, there's no accreditation of competence. And in this, unfortunately, when you're using the internet as your source of information, right? I don't think anybody in this room would call the internet a source of truth. It's a sort of information. And so there's not a accredited or recognized source of truth for data that's training these models. And I think there's going to be an opportunity for that to change a bit. That's one on the large language model side. The other one is we're putting these, what we're calling digital employees now, to work. And are they certified? We talked about this earlier. Are they certified in, supply chain planning? Could they pass a APIX exam, right? These agents. So now for me to trust the output of a digital agent, I would love to know that it's certified to be able to do what I'm asking it to do. And we're not there yet, but these are the types of questions that I'm hearing from executives in the manufacturing and supply chain space.
Yeah, and I think, not all of the decisions that get taken bear the same weight, right? So I was at one of the conferences for the Department of Commerce recently, and I saw for the first time a buyer of transportation, let's just say a company who needs to ship something, negotiating with a 3PL, and the agent of one was negotiating with the agent of the other, and they cut a deal, right? So, but it's on a simple transportation lane, right? So that has a different value perspective on it. So I think there are times when we need to just let trust go a little bit and then monitor the outcomes as opposed to overthink it from the beginning.
Can I just connect the dot between what Jim said and what you just said
No.
there? All right.
Yes.
No. So Jim talked about all these different systems knowing how to talk to each other. Now, each of these systems is going to have agents. And so the agents of systems need to talk to each other as well as the systems themselves. So the level of complexity has just gone exponential, especially as we start delegating actions to these agents. We have to figure out how do they actually talk to each other.
So let's get into that. I mean, no one here wants to talk about standards or governance, I'm sure, right? I think no one has an interest in that. But so what role should we be playing with it? Because you're talking, and we had this conversation, we're talking about accrediting agents, right? Making sure they know what they're supposed to know as they assist in the decision-making process. We talked a little bit earlier about the role of governance and responsible use of AI, et cetera. So let's talk a little bit about governance in terms of, and Jim, I'll start with you. Like, what is the role of governance? Should we be looking at ways in which we can accredit, if you will, agents that are being used to make some of these complex decisions, et cetera? Is that helpful from your perspective? Is that an inhibitor? Does it slow things down? Does it squelch the innovation that we're talking about, that degree of balance? From your perspective, as you work with these companies, Jim, starting with.
So I'll immediately assert it depends.
Okay, perfect. You make a great consultant.
Right. What we're seeing is actually two primary models, and I'm kind of coming at it from a supply chain standpoint. There is the kind of model where there's regulation that's kind of driving things, or there's a kind of model where there's a really key anchor manufacturer that's kind of driving the day. So I call that the top-down approach. So a good example for us is General Mills. And you may remember back when they started to go into gluten-free Cheerios. So they said, I'm going to go gluten-free. And so they had to push a set of data and criteria and measurements and certifications all the way through 4,000 elements in their supply chain. So that's an example of top-down. And there's an arbiter, right, which is General Mills driving it. We're seeing an equal interest in the bottom-up, which is much more market-driven. So the example of market-driven, again, is there's no anchor, there's no, but they all fit in supply chains and they're all working together and this sort of thing. On the bottom-up approach, there needs to be a business case that brings people together, but if they can come together, if they can, and I was mentioning these 12 semiconductor manufacturers, that's an example of bottom-up. What they did was what they said is, I'm no longer going to develop my data independently of you. Let's work together to process the data. And so what came out of that was they did some data information modeling, built up a common model around the machine. So actually they merged their expertise, documented, shared expertise on a particular machine, which was valuable in its own right. That data information model actually set the stage for how the data would be collected, labeled, and so forth. They worked on how to qualify the data. They worked on where the data is going to come from and how they could trust each other because they're working in collaboration. But then they said, I'm not going to do all the data processing. there's all this data science stuff. I want to understand that it's happening. I want to understand that it's right. In our particular case, we took 100 gigabytes of data and took it down to 1 gigabyte that was usable for the one particular problem we were solving. So there's a lot of processing that happens here. And we don't want everyone to be doing all of that. The data scientists, so what they did was put shared data scientists together. They saved 3 FTE in data scientists by working together. It's not getting into proprietary kinds of things because the recipe, the substrates, and all those things were masked. But it was huge. They came out of the process with processed data that they all used, trusted, and they could put it in an inventory and reuse it, go in and extract it, and use it for their own purposes. Then they went and implemented their system on their own. But it's separating the data from the operations now.
And I love the fact that you draw some differential between regulation and compliance to regulation versus governance, because I think a lot of people, they use those terms as if they were the same, and they're not. But Gerald, I want to give you a chance to comment on the world of governance and the value add that brings into the overall equation.
Yeah, well, when we're talking about manufacturing and supply chain processes and getting to scale, right? I think I'm leaning into this point of view where we kind of know how to do this, right? If we think about the governance that we already have around process, tasks, and management, most companies have change control around the way they do things. They have some sort of way to validate that this process is going to yield an expected outcome. And I think we have an opportunity to lean into those practices that we already have. If we think about at least half of the equation as a process challenge, then the way that we govern our processes today should possibly just be tweaked a bit to consider digital agents, AI, involved in the process. So I think if we do that, I think we will get 80 or 90% of the way there. Where I get nervous is when I think about whole new governance approaches and methods just because we're entering, a new tool has entered into the fray, right? So AI is really just a tool for us to execute our businesses. And so the governance that we have already for managing our businesses, I think we've got the skeleton there, more than the skeleton, to build off of.
Just consistently apply it is basically what we're saying, but use the same robustness of the governance.
Exactly. Same structure, same teams, but now they need to get sort of skilled up around this new entity that we've got to integrate.
I will say, though, I agree. The thing that's interesting is you can do this within a company. Now, what we're saying is, can we extend to multiple companies? And I think you can. But there's some new practice that needs to be how to put governance structure across multiple companies now.
And I think we definitely want to hit on the need for collaboration within the space to truly make an impact. Because when we talk about end-to-end supply chain, it's collaboration across internal functions, but there's also the supplier side and the customer side, which has to come into this equation. So I want to continue our conversation, but I want you all to have your questions answered as well. So in a second, I'll open it up for questions, and we'll take some Q&A, and maybe your table will continue the conflict that you started already. Right. But I want to talk a little bit about emerging technologies in the space. So, Gerald, you go to a lot of conferences. We go to the same conferences sometimes. Reflecting back on going to the transportation conference called Manifest in Vegas, and they had a little startup area which was hundreds of square feet, and everybody you walked were all these startups that were using AI to solve supply chain problems, right? And I walk around, I have the conversations with them, and they say, "Oh, I just got $100 million of funding," and I'm like, "Shit, we should put AI in everything we ask for money for." Right. So there are emerging technologies. They're there because there's obviously gaps in what our current systems can do for us that new technologies bolted onto existing technologies will help to solve. So I want both of you to answer the question, then we'll turn to the audience for their questions. But what are those new and emerging technologies that for you, look like they can really change a little bit of what existing systems cannot capture or do for us today?
Yeah, I get excited about the maturity of technologies that we've been sort of kicking around for the last 10 years, right? So when I think about vision systems, augmented reality, digital twins, AI agents, all of that together and made accessible to a field engineer or somebody working in a repair depot, getting real-time feedback around what to do next. I imagine that the effectiveness and the productivity, and in many ways, some of the innovation that can get unlocked with bringing these technologies together is really revolutionary. And so I think we've got enough technology out there, but the opportunity is for us to sort of synthesize it into systems to help us be more effective. And I think the state of technology today has put us in a place that we've never really been in before, and that's really exciting to me.
Yeah, so sort of tackling the problem that was discussed earlier, moving out of islands of innovation into interconnectivity of the systems. Okay, great. And Jim, from your perspective?
I'm just going to say the same thing, but in my words. We've been running projects where we limit it to the existing technology and say, can we do this? And what is missing is the ability to integrate the technologies in a understood, trusted, consistent manner. And if you can, integration is, or let me word it this way, there's hundreds of lighthouse projects out there with individual applications and for individual factories. Within SESME itself, we did about $30 million of projects through an RFP where companies determined what a priority project was, and they implemented and then projected the value of this. But these were individual company projects. There's almost no demonstrations of how to integrate these in a manner in which they can be scaled. Yes, we can do it in a proprietary way, but that's not scaling. You have to have a more open, consistent approach to get to the scaling that we're talking about. That reminds me of one other comment, if I'll throw this in and we can all talk about this. You know, to me, the question that's on the table is not about if we're going to do this and whether we're going to get this. The question on the table is how fast is the technology moving versus how fast is manufacturing moving with the technology relative to what other countries are doing and what the world is doing. And that's actually what creates the forcing functions here, because the way different governments are investing, the US is counting on market. It's not moving as fast enough, quite honestly, and we are moving quite slowly in terms of wide adoption, the scaling and these sorts of things right now. We're kind of stuck in a place, for lack, I have lots of words for that, but we're stuck in a place right now until we can break through some of these kinds of aspects. You have to accelerate the adoption.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree, and I think, you know, the biggest concern that we have is that talent can't keep pace with technology. And as we took a look at, you know, some of the comments made earlier, you know, if we're truly trying to position the U.S. as being the manufacturing force of the future with equal competitiveness, we can't forget that talent has to keep pace with technology. And I think in my opinion, we're definitely out of sync on that. Gerald, comment from your side to the pondering that Jim proposed?
No, I've had the benefit of working in this space for a long time in factories across the world, and it's a global game, right? The idea that it is a sort of like, if you just take one multinational. I was talking to a large engine manufacturer in the United States, based in the United States, founded in the United States, and they've got factories all over the world. And they're telling me that the factories that they have in one country run with 12 people, and the factories that they have in the US run with 10 times the people. And they get the same quality. And his challenge is to figure out how do they take the learnings from one region and apply them to another region, because he's running a single global company. And he's got to figure out how does he sort of copy, exact, and expand wherever the innovation comes from. He wants to rapidly scale that innovation across the global footprint. And I think it's that sort of thinking that I've heard from just about every multinational head of manufacturing and supply chain, is leveraging global innovation and then scaling it across their network in order to run the best possible business. I've talked to very few that they're actually running businesses that think within borders, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like, I think that sort of notion about manufacturing dominance in one country is a very dated way of thinking.
So
because
demystify it, because you both alluded to it. So
Yeah.
I wanna ask the question, like, who's doing it well? Like, who is leading the pack globally? Who are the countries or regions that really are the ones that are running a factory with 10 times the workforce?
Well, I think it's, first of all, it's companies, not countries, right? I think that's one thing. Some companies are really, really good at manufacturing, and some are not, right? This particular example was in China, right? But there's nothing really unique about China, except for there was a will to implement technology to drive productivity in that particular region, because there was low-cost competition in Vietnam at the time. And so for them to compete and keep the factory there, they had to drastically reduce the costs so they could stay competitive. In the US, when you put trade barriers up, you don't have the drive to actually drive productivity, right? You can stay at a certain way of operating within the same company, and it's really the circumstances that really drive you to innovate or not.
Yeah, I think we oftentimes forget that what initiated the move of manufacturing to go offshore was a chase for low labor costs. That's not where we are today, right? That chase is over. That race has been run, right? So when we think about bringing that back, we're not bringing it back for the same workforce that was there when we exited, right? It's a totally different equation. But Jim, I want to give you a chance to answer as well. Is there an epicenter of efficiency in the utilization of technology that sits outside of the U.S. that you would like to highlight?
No, I'd like to highlight it this way. I think the race is still ongoing, and we have to see where it comes out. Work very closely with Germany. We watch China very, very closely. You know, it's an example of government investing and really pushing it, driving it top down. Right? The U.S. is much more market driven, and I talk a lot much more about changing the mindset of the industry and changing the market. And how do we do this? When I look at it over the long haul, I shouldn't say I, because it's this collection of opinions. I personally believe that the market is the better way to go from a sustained standpoint, but we got to get out of a situation where the market is not taking us where it needs to go. Whereas the government spending in these other countries is taking it forward, but they don't have the ongoing market piece of that solved out the other end. So which one's going to win out, I think, is still to be determined, if you will. But it's speed again, right? Who's going to get the market share? Who's going to get the infrastructure pieces and these sorts of things that will drive the day first?
Yeah, agreed. And I would just also say that the markets are global, right?
And the markets
very
are
few
global.
markets are, not global. But to answer your other question about who's really leading in terms of bringing, manufacturing to the next level, I would say if you look at the distinction between a Tesla automotive factory and a traditional Ford or GM factory, like right here within this country, Tesla is state-of-the-art for making cars globally, right? What they've done from the ground up, rethinking things, applying lean concepts, bringing digital, rapid automation. I don't think that there's a car company in the world that's significantly better. I think what they've done over in China with Baidu and others basically mirrors what the Tesla folks already did, right? So that's an example of real excellence by a company in a country, right? And that is very difficult to be, GM can't replicate it yet, Ford can't replicate it yet, but it's the expertise that lies within one particular organization.
And I do want to reemphasize, Jim, your point of also public-private combinations do effectively assist where we're not reaching the pace that we would want. So I promised to open it up for some questions. So please raise your hand if you have a question, and then we'll move on with some of ours, but you don't want me to ask all the questions here today. So, hands up. Questions for our panels? Confrontational table in the back? Okay, we'll go here first.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for the conversation. My name is Brandy Forehand. I lead the standards office at Boeing. I totally resonate with what you described around restructuring and contextualizing data. In fact, we're making a pretty big investment into transforming legacy data to enable programmatic use. But my question is that short-sighted? As our AI tools become more intelligent, will they get better at consuming legacy unstructured data? Does that make sense?
Yeah, let me take a stab at this one.
Oh, and you thought I asked hard questions,
Yeah.
so thank you very much. All right, Gerald,
Right.
we'll go to you first.
Like I think we're at a convergence or a turning point. I think if you were starting a business today from scratch, the business systems, the enterprise systems that you use to run your business would not need you to do all this extra stuff, right? The reality is that Boeing's, 100 years old now? And it's got data that it's had forever, and that data needs to be used as part of manufacturing. And so I don't think a company like yours is necessarily short-sighted by having that strategy. But I think what you have the opportunity to do is think about your underlying technical, I'll call it that execution layer, your enterprise underlying systems, and figure out when do you want to modernize those so that you could more easily take advantage of technology as it comes out. There are new architectures that allow you to take advantage of technology that's not yet invented within months of its invention. But that is not our legacy architectures. Right? Our legacy architectures are kind of archaic. They're designed to be upgraded every 5 to 10 years, and that's a heavy lift every 5 to 10 years. Modern architectures allow you to actually take advantage of new capabilities on a quarterly basis. So the challenge that I'm seeing is if your company doesn't have what I call quick twitch muscles, like continuous improvement, Kaizen cultures, then you probably should start where you are. But as your lean mastery or maturity, continuous improvement muscles get better, you're going to want to lean into some of the more modern architectures.
Jim, did you have a response to the
Yeah,
question?
I guess I'll say the same thing, but in a different way. An example is we'll talk to companies that have hundreds and thousands of gigabytes of data that they've collected over the years. And when asked, are they using the data, 99% of that data is not being used. It's only being used if a machine has a particular recognizable failure and to go back and look at it. So, the kind of stuff we're talking about, right, which we're really trying to increase I call it productivity, precision, and performance. Better, faster, cheaper, and get better margins and market share and so forth, is more of a look forward kind of thing on the data. So I would say it's a question of what data gets you in this direction. It's a selection problem. The interesting thing there is actually let me not go there on what I was about to say. Sorry, I'm bouncing around with about 1,000 thoughts here. One of the conundrums that still exists, I do not have an answer to this, so maybe you do, is no one knows how to value the data. And so we work with the companies on how to value the data. So when you're processing the data, we actually can get a very clear picture about the savings and the cost savings and FTE and so forth on the processing of the data. There's actually a lot of economics that are positive from processing the data. But the value of the data has to do with where it shows up in the factory and deals with productivity, precision, and performance. And that's pretty context dependent. So company by company have worked out a strategy that says what data I need. And a problem there is everyone's got equipment builders, everyone's got IT providers involved, and then there's the context of the value of the data so that it can be appropriately shared and valued across these three, and it gets out of I'll give you my data and then you sell it back to me kind of models has to be figured out. And that also gets at the selection problem. Sorry, I'm going on for a long time now on the question, but it all goes to selection and value.
Yeah, and I'll add a hopefully intimate perspective on that because I've worked with your company on a couple of problems that you have. So I'll use your company as the example. So particularly, 3 business divisions if I can. So commercial aircraft, defense, and then also BGS, the services that provide MRO equipment. So if you just think about that equation, and to your question, like how important data is, if those data sit in silos, so part of the organization's building commercial aircraft, another side of it is responsible for supporting MRO activities to commercial aircraft. As that business model changes, and you don't just sell aircraft, but you sell the availability, an ongoing availability of aircraft, as opposed to a unique, discrete purchased aircraft, right? Then you gotta figure out the puzzle, right? Because then I'm gonna be responsible for making sure that maintenance, repair, and overhaul is done effectively to keep an aircraft operating. So as the business model changes, you're forced into having to integrate data out of discrete entities within, a very complex business like Boeing. Would you agree? Okay, I see you going like this, so I want to make sure everybody knows that I was right. Okay, so going back to the conflict table here in the back, we'll take your question.
Yeah, so the reason we have so much conflicts back here is Chris and I are old automotive guys, and so it just happens that way. Yep. That's how we communicate. So that's
what we should collectively call you, old automotive guys.
Old automotive guys, yep. Yeah,
okay.
Back before Chris and I had all these silver highlights, when we would be looking at a process improvement and things like that you've been really talking about in terms of, looking at different substrates and things like that. There's a few different ways that you would go at trying to improve it. You might be putting in quality improvements, monitoring the processes, and collecting that data. And I could see how AI can do a wonderful job there to help take you in the right directions. But one of the things that we would do to get a step change in the processes is do a DOE. And then when you did that DOE, you would bring into it maybe a flyer or two that you wouldn't consider before, like potentially a different substrate or something with a different durometer, and that would take you down a new path. Mm-hmm. And how do you think AI can be married with those type of technologies or even help to take you into that new direction earlier so that you can improve your processes?
Go.
I got an idea.
I have no idea what you just said.
No, you're talking about, DOEs, right? Design of experiments, DOE?
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, design of experiments, sorry. Yep.
Not the deer.
Yeah. Okay, now you got me singing over here in my head. Doe, a deer, anyway. So there's a couple different ways, right? Now, if you have let's say you've got data historians and you're doing collection of data and you've automated a lot of your quality collection processes, using sort of different groups or whatever, you can sort of be doing DOE constantly in real time based on the natural variations that come through your factory. But what's new is the introduction of what I'll call simulations. That are based on the way you manufacture. You just digitalize a value stream map or something. There's many tools out there. I'm even having conversations with like the Unreal video game engine that essentially simulates worlds. Bringing that into factories as well. And so that you can on one hand continuously be doing statistical analysis and DOE and looking at different groups and playing around with different controls, and then if you want to be prescriptive about what you change, you could use these new simulation tools that allow you to replicate and do much more and get much more learning. That's pretty nascent. That's like really edge, I think, and very expensive still. But those are the two ways that I've seen companies go about this.
Jim, anything you would add?
This is a very on-the-ground example, and Steve, I'm not sure it gets to exactly what you're asking with design of experiments. But this notion of being able to work across machines or across operations with consistent data, one needs to keep in mind that machine learning, for example, does not predict, right? It only associates, right? So prediction actually is sort of a word that's used when the association has enough coverage that it can predict something that hasn't happened for one machine that happened in someplace else. It's about coverage. And so one of the things that we were observing when we were working across these machines is that by pooling the data, you got better coverage. You have to be a little careful with the pooling, but if you pool the data in a consistent manner, we saw improved performance of the models in the operations across all of the machines. We showed this over and over again. And so, and keep in mind, in this particular case, we had different substrates, different recipes, and we plugged those straight into the model so that it could recognize when there's a different recipe or a different. So if you come in with a new recipe or a new material, then you throw that in there. Now the model's going to say, you have to see whether it fits or not. But if it fits, now you've got something that works for something that's new. But you get some new information to build out a digital twin or understand where it is. It's very powerful information.
I think, just to add, I think one of the areas that we fail, however, is where we're prolifically using DOE to prove out some things. We're very bad storytellers. So we don't take that information and share it out so that it can, in essence, be adopted. Because the way you described it, you learn something new, right? And I think that's a great thing, and that's a great outcome, and I think we're terrible storytellers, and we need to get better at that. So prolifically use DOE and other concepts, simulation techniques, et cetera, but don't forget to tell your story. Someone else may learn from that as well.
And in fact, this is where large language models are really, really helpful. They can help you draft a story based on what the data is telling you. And they can also tell you if DOE is appropriate or not based on the data that you're trying to use. Back in my old Six Sigma days, we would use master black belts to help us figure out what's the right statistical tool to use with this type of data, whether it's nominal or continuous and all this other stuff. Now, large language models, if they're fed with the right sort of training, they can advise people on doing this as well, and they can do it in an automated fashion. So we've got some really cool new tools that could help do what you're talking about.
There's one thing we haven't touched on since this is all about supply chains. We did a pretty deep dive on where is a supply chain use of AI or use of these digital technologies, where is it exactly monetized? And what we saw is that it was in 3 layers, nested layers. The first is the factory floor. So it's at the machine, and this is where all the stuff about maintenance and uptime and this and that, and at that level, that's where you want to pool and aggregate data and get as much of the storytelling put in place as you can. The next layer is interoperability, because now you've got data that you can start using across machines, across the line, and maybe even across companies. I can give you some examples there. But interoperability is a big space that's relatively untouched. And then the resilience side of it is actually almost an agreement of shared data visibility of certain kinds of product and material flows that allows companies to make decisions. On that last one, we had Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson, and General Mills actually reached an agreement on what they would be willing to share. But we didn't have the infrastructure or the consistent data with which to make that happen, because you can't just share any data. It has to be consistently processed at that level. But those 3 led to 3 levels of monetization.
And as you just described it appropriately, it gets more difficult to monetize the higher you go. So to find capacity through machine interoperability, we can put a number on that, and it's accepted. If I go up to the resiliency layer, at your higher layer, and you try to monetize cost avoidance of disruption, right?
It's hard.
Do we have any accountants in the room? Oh, thank God. But have that discussion to spend money to become more resilient to avoid a disruption. It's a very difficult conversation to have. So the attempt to monetize it becomes, I think, increasingly more important the higher the layer, as Jim described it. Yes, questions?
Okay, so Mary Saunders, ANSI, and I want to take it back to the people side a little bit, because I know Gerald mentioned the difference between what goes to the analytic team in a manufacturing facility or a manufacturing system and the process or product team. And then Jim talked about the early days of smart manufacturing at NIST, and I remember, because I was at NIST too, as an economist and policy person, going to those early discussions about cyber-physical systems, and we had computer scientists sitting there and engineers sitting there, and they were talking totally different languages. It was something of a communications issue at the beginning. I'm sure that's been solved by now, but talking about communications and, to your point, telling stories, how do you get everybody on board and communicate across the process team and the analytics team, and how, because that's a significant issue, I think, moving innovation forward.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'm doing some research on this topic. There's a stat anywhere between, I've heard 70, 85, and now the latest is 95% of these technology projects are failing to deliver a business case. It's been consistently 70 for the last 25 years or so. And now, as the technology is more modern, the failure to deliver the business case is even higher. What I'm learning is that companies that have mastered sort of what I'll call lean cultures, right? Not necessarily lean tools like just-in-time or Kanban, but these lean cultural aspects around understanding value streams in your organization, being customer-driven, customer-focused, customer says what value is, employee empowerment around problem-solving. It's these companies that are best at doing exactly what you just mentioned, which is figuring out where technology can help me take the waste out of my processes. It's very unsexy. And I think right now the ratio is most companies will spend, let's say, $5 million on technology. And so for every $5 million on technology, they're investing less than like $50,000 on like process excellence sort of training, which is sort of upside down if you were to look at a regression model that says what has the most impact. So I think companies they have the opportunity to sort of reinvigorate sort of like old school things like value stream mapping and process design to get the most out of their technology. Does that touch the question?
Yeah. Jim?
I'm so glad you brought the workforce question back up. It's actually probably the key and the most critical. From our perspective, if I go back to the early days, it was kind of like, what is AI? What is smart manufacturing? And that training is useful at some level, but it doesn't get anything. It doesn't move it along. If I look at, I wish Mike were here. When we look at, like, for example, the Manufacturing USA Institutes, of which there are 17 of them now, it's much more about selling the profession, right? Manufacturing, you just need to reach out to other communities. Manufacturing needs to be recognized by the world community, so forth, to create the interest in the pipeline. What I haven't seen much of, and I would advocate for, is we've done very little with the workforce in the implementation skills of this. And I'm just going to throw this out there because I'm really stuck on this, but you can push back on it. What we're seeing is you don't want to start this off with the algorithm and how to build an algorithm. You want to start it off with the data, and you engage the workforce on how to deal with the data, how to qualify, how to do all these different things, and it actually brings them into this picture, and the workforce then is actually positioned by taking we call it a data first strategy, is positioned to now work within that company in a consistent manner to take it forward. The benefits follow the data doesn't follow the algorithm is basically the premise there, and I think it's a good way to approach the workforce. It's a change management sort of tactic as well.
Yeah, and perhaps to be a bit controversial on the subject, I'm glad you brought it up, is, 5 years ago we were advising companies to invest in data scientists or to an analytics team, right, and et cetera, et cetera. And now what we're saying is get rid of them. Because we're saying is, it needs to be an organizational capability that resides in every role. I shouldn't have a dependency on a data scientist. I should learn how to manage data in my role, whether I'm a demand planner or production, supervisor or whatever. I need to have analytics capability in my role, not a dependency, right? This is like going back to the old Lean Six Sigma days. It was exactly that. Don't have a team that swooshes in and tries to solve the world's problems, et cetera. Build the culture in the DNA of the individual and in the role, and I think that's where we're headed. So. Was there another question at that table?
Oh.
Okay. Yep. And then we'll go back here, and then one over here, and then we're going to be out of time.
Yeah, thank you so much. The conversation's amazing. So my question, so yesterday we talked about the rollout of the United States Standards Strategy that we're going to launch in January 2026. One of the elements there is how do we get people to understand the importance of standards, especially at the C-suite level, because we're starting to see companies really pull out of standards opportunities, and really, because of that, the United States could miss the opportunity to really shape the global conversation. And so our question yesterday to the group was, how do we change that dynamic? And Jim, you kind of tweaked that brain cell for me, because you said you're not going to say standards, you're going to talk about other things or other words or use other words, and maybe that's what you were alluding to. Thank you.
I'm a great believer in standards, but the word carries a lot of baggage, of which a lot is negative. And so one of the things, and I also argue that there's an impreciseness of the use of the terms that really becomes a problem, because I see standards kind of used for everything, for governance, for consistency, for agreements, and all these sorts of things. And so I don't have a solution, but the imprecise use of these terms is really a problem, and it creates some issues. Another word like this, just to say, so I'm not picking on standards, is scaling. Scaling is a word that's used very imprecisely, and if you don't pick it apart, you can be off on all kinds of different tracks. But I think the same thing happens with standards. So I would argue for a really precise definition in the context of other ways that people reach agreements on things.
Yeah, and I would just add that, I'm fond of saying to my own team, where we have our standards on supply chain, for example, is it's not self-declared. It's based on adoption. Let's focus on that. Let's focus on the value proposition of adoption. We don't need to call it standards. We need to say this is the right thing to do and the way to do it. And let's make sure people adopt it. So, Gerald, what you want to respond to that?
I would just say that from a C-level perspective, I think they're interested in standards that enable them to trust what they're buying or trust what they're adopting. And based on a well-recognized muddiness of internet data, they would like to know that the models are competent and accurate. So if they can trust them, if the standards help drive trust, I think you will get adoption. If there's anything else, I think it'll be harder.
And don't forget to tell the story. Going back to this table here, and then we'll come here. We'll take 5 more minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you for the discussion. I wanted to follow up on a question that was asked just previous about process versus analytics. I'm a data scientist, and
sorry, I didn't mean to eliminate your
no,
job.
No. But I tend to actually agree that
if you were a data science and an accountant, I'd be really in trouble.
I tend to agree that there's an opportunity for process versus analytics, but I do have a question about drawing the line, because processes are increasingly becoming dependent on analytics, and the generative AI systems that are currently out there have been shown time and time again that they are not necessarily the most reliable when precise information is needed, and in the case of analytics, you need to have this precise information. So my question is, where do you draw the line of what is a good process where these can be implemented versus not, when analytics is so embedded in a lot of processes.
You know, I think you said this earlier, Jim, it depends, right? Is one of the
Yeah,
answers.
it's a very precise term.
Yeah, but I go back to when I would talk about when do you use Lean versus Six Sigma sort of a thing, right? If you're trying to drive, defect reduction down to the nth degree, you need more deterministic, more high precision analytics to make the right decision. But for the majority of business processes where you're trying to drive just automation or you need better recommendations, information synthesized at like a 3 Sigma or lower level, a large language model based agent is good enough. And so it really relies on a person to have really strong mastery of process analysis to make that determination. Right? So within a process, when is high precision required and when is low precision good enough to drive productivity in that particular process? So I don't think there's one flat answer, and that's why I think regaining mastery of process reengineering as like a management science is so critical for the appropriate adoption of these technologies.
Do I have time for a quick comment on this?
Yeah.
I appreciate the question. I actually consider myself to at least be a pseudo data scientist. The place I come, it's actually similar. Where I come at this is, in the old days, it took us a long time because we had to really hunt and peck for the data to build a bad system, but we could do it. Today, you can get the data fast, and you can really build a bad system really fast. And so the question becomes on the data scientist. There's methods out there that really get you in the right place and get the contributions, get the reductions, get the selections, these sorts of things that are critical. And I don't think every single person in entire company is going to be able to have those, should have those skills, but they should understand that those skills are needed so that they know this was done to the data and can trust it. So I'm really down this path of the data scientists, the analytics like this are really important. It's how do you put together the capacity, especially in some kind of scaled sense, that everyone knows and it's documented and you can track what has happened. And then you really focus on the skills on a site-by-site basis as well.
Yeah, and I would just add to say, recognize that you have diminishing returns as well. So the increased utilization of analytics, for example, in the world of demand planning, at some point you got to say, I can't get my demand plan more accurate. I need to focus on resiliency with a degree of accepted inaccuracy. So you'll have diminishing returns. And I know we have one more question and then we have to break.
Yeah, thank you. Muhammad Ali from HP. I just wanted to go back to the governance question. And I know that, Gerald, you mentioned that we don't really need new processes. We need to tweak the ones that we have. And we agree with that approach. At HP, we follow a 3-prong approach where we use the security reviews, the privacy and data reviews to assess the AI use cases. But in the new standards that are coming up, especially the ISO/IEC 42001, which is the AI management system standard, it specifically requires the governance and oversight committees, going back to the people question that Mary mentioned, right, to bring in the right people in the room to assess the use cases of AI from the risk management side of the thing. So that was, I'm just making a comment that we may need to have those kind of oversight and committees to assess the use cases. My question is really more on the agentic AI use cases, and I know I'm sure Oracle has a lot of use cases on agentic AI. What do you think from, can you just give like one use case where you thought that standardization could have helped, or the lack of standardization was the main issue? As we start to work on this agentic AI standardization, I participate in JTC1 SC42, which is the International Standards Committee for AI, and we are starting the work on agentic AI standardization. So I wanted to kind of learn from your perspective, kind of like a high priority area in agentic AI that could help in the supply chain.
Yeah, I would say right now we're going after what I would call some of the low-hanging fruit. We've built about 100 agents for manufacturing and supply chain use cases. And so far, I don't think we've run into any of these that we've implemented that are barred or made worse because there's no standard. But where I think things could be sharper, higher adoption, let's take there's an agent that we have that is used to facilitate root cause analysis, right? Our agents are not certified or standardized on any sort of known continuous improvement methodology, whether it's 8D or DMAIC or something like that. I don't know that this is so much a standard thing, but if we were building our agents using commonly accepted sort of practices that are trusted and proven, and that becomes, sort of certified Six Sigma or something within an agent, I think the adoption would go a lot higher because it'd be more trusted. And then we could validate that this agent will follow these steps when it's doing this recommendation. I would see something like that. We also have agents that do things like create purchase requisitions. And if there's standards for POs that go from B2B, which there already are for like EDI and other things, I think we are following those, but we're not mandated to follow those. And so that might be another case where an existing standard, just also apply it to an agent, could be something that could help drive adoption and more trust.
Great. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to leave it there. So I want to thank Gerald and Jim. Thank you very much for your contributions, and thank you to the audience for asking those critical questions.
Yeah, please join me in thanking That's outstanding panel. I couldn't begin to summarize all the great nuggets that we picked up. Sets us up for this afternoon. So we're going to break till 12:45 for a networking lunch. I'm hoping all three of you will be available for further questions. I'm sure there are lots of them. And so please enjoy, take advantage of the networking lunch, and come back at 12:45. We'll have a fireside chat on tomorrow's or today's manufacturing workforce. Good to see you all back. We have a very exciting fireside chat for you to start off the afternoon. Hope you had a nice lunch and met some new friends. So this morning we focused on the technological dimensions of AI in manufacturing. We talked a little bit about workforce, but we're going to shift our attention to another critical factor and do a deep dive into the workforce, the manufacturing workforce. So for the fireside chat, we're fortunate to have two leaders at the forefront of workforce development and innovation. I want to introduce Shailen Jatishi. Jatishi is the founder and managing director of the Future of Work and Innovation Economy Initiative at New America. And his work explores how technological change reshapes work and what that means for workers and employers, something we just touched on briefly this morning. And of course, we have Dr. Roy Swift, who's the executive director of WorkCred, ANSI's affiliate organization, focused on advancing high-quality workforce credentialing, who will be taking part in the discussion. So take it away, Roy.
All right. Well, good afternoon, and hope you've all finished. I know the blood's going to the stomach, so you'll be a little sleepy. Hopefully, we will be able to get the energizing in the audience going this afternoon. WorkCred is involved with something called NetStream TV, and we do something with Coffee with Joe where we bring in the certification bodies to talk about their credentials, and it goes out to about 60,000 people. And Joe always says, it's a Coffee with Joe, and Joe says, we just want to have an informal conversation where people think they're eavesdropping into the conversation, and it's so exciting that they just keep listening. So we hope that that's what will happen today with all of you. WorkCred is in some respects the newest element of the ANSI enterprise, and that we are focusing on the elevator speech is looking at the quality, market value, and effectiveness of workforce credentials. Do you realize that there is over 1 million credentials in this country? And needless to say, why are people so confused about credentials and this thing? There's too many to choose from, too many overlapping, too many, the good, the bad, and the ugly. In regard to credentialing, and certainly with emerging technologies, we have a lot of issues. Shailen, I know a lot of people probably don't know a lot about New America and what you founded, actually, because you're a founder of this. Tell them a little bit about yourself and what New America is all about.
Sure, Roy. Well, it's great to be back with ANSI. I'm really excited to have this discussion with you. New America is a think and do tank, we like to call ourselves. We're based in Washington, D.C., and our mission is to solve public problems where social and technological change come and intersect. We were founded at the dawn of the millennia by a group of enterprising academics and journalists and policy wonks, and we stay true to that North Star to this day. The little corner of New America that I head up, the Future of Work and Innovation Economy Initiative, our mission is simple. We want to strengthen the link between technology-based economic growth and the expansion of economic opportunity in the country. During the 20th century rise of Silicon Valley and the Boston corridor, we got lots of fruits from federal investments in research and education and in technology development. But we also had a great deal of concentration of those fruits. I think my colleague at Brookings had shared some of that concentration woes earlier today. So FOE, as we call it for short, is really focused on connecting technology and talent development by way of policy and by way of practice. The think part of the think tank, think and do tank, comes in by way of our research and analysis. But the do part of the think and do tank comes in by way of technical assistance and collaborations with practitioners and communities and tethering those two pillars to be together. And in no area where I think this has come to a more clear head is around AI and manufacturing workforce needs. So excited for our discussion today.
Great. Well, thank you. We had a very interesting morning of a lot of information presented to you. Based on that information, if you believe that post-secondary education is ready to meet all those needs that you heard this morning, raise your hand. I think we agree. We agree. And hopefully Shaylin and I will talk about some of the specifics about this, because you'll hear us say that it's not just post-secondary education that's the issue. We have to have more systems thinking in this type of arena, because it's industry, it's the credentialing community, and it's the standards community, and it's post-secondary education. Those systems have to interact in a more effective way, or none of this that you heard this morning is going to happen. And so it behooves us all to begin thinking more broadly from many times our pillar thinking in this regard. The rise of AI systems in manufacturing have fundamentally shifted the workforce landscape. It'll never be the same. But guess what? It will call for major reform of our educational system in this country. When you heard them talking this morning, especially the panel right before lunch, all the different bodies of knowledge that one has to do, you'll hear me talking about data analytics, systems thinking, culture, problem solving, critical thinking. It's all blended, and yet our educational system in this country is very pillared. School of Engineering, School of Philosophy, School of Anthropology, School of Computer Science. There are pockets where interdisciplinary thinking is starting to occur, and I know Shaylin's going to, particularly at the community college level, and a lot of times we forget the community college along with the research institutions in this regard. But the question isn't whether humans will work alongside intelligent systems. It is how to build effective human-AI partnerships that maximizes machine capabilities and human expertise. Now that is really a question, and one of the things I want you to think about as we're talking are the people in manufacturing, the type of individuals we have selected to be on the floor. Will they have the capability to move up to these higher level cognitive skills that are going to be required? In some cases, the answer might be yes. In the others, it might be no. That the individual of yesterday will not be able to function in this type of environment. And I think that's true in the standards community as well as in the corporate community. We're all going to have to look at ourselves about what are the knowledge, skills, and abilities that we're going to have in order to meet these emerging technologies in this regard. So the future of manufacturing depends on creating collaborative teams. You heard that this morning too about AI teams, where AI augments rather than replaces human skills. The challenge will be the upskilling and reskilling. We talk about people getting in, but the current workforce is probably the major issue in this country right now, not just in emerging technology, but in healthcare and all types of industries in this regard. And ensuring training is kept up to date on ongoing systematic basis, and you're going to hear me talk about this a little bit later on, for the standards community too, in this regard. Ongoing systematic are key words about data, but also our post-secondary systems will need to change to require the knowledge, skills, and abilities of that. But we also know that the human oversight will be critical. Emerging technologies is immature. It makes mistakes. I know Mark and actually Doug Kent, who moderated your last panel, talks about AI hallucinations. That was a new term for me last night over drinks with him, but evidently it's a formal thing that they talk about, is AI hallucinations in this regard. So the setting is set. And Shaylin, AI is having an impact on labor market, and in some regions, and it seems to be different in regions. How should manufacturers be thinking about navigating AI skilling needs for their incumbent and future workforce?
I think it's really the question of our time. You know, I maybe bucket my response into two segments. The first is around what would create the impetus for the upskilling that you described. And I think one of the challenges that the manufacturing space has been grappling with, especially over the past couple of decades, is sort of aligning technology and talent development in tandem. When manufacturers are considering what in their workflow might be susceptible to work augmentation or automation, in a prior role, before I joined New America, I was on the World Economic Forum's AI team, and we had a project with the manufacturing pillar at the WEF, where we were thinking about how AI could be used for manufacturing sort of productivity gains in particular. And one of the things that came to light there, which may not be a surprise to those who are early movers in AI, is to make sure that your CHROs and your CIOs and those who are responsible for both the technology implementation as well as the talent needs in the firm are working together to identify which areas in workflows are most susceptible for technology solutions. Your point of AI hallucinations is actually another point that I wanted to raise. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to give a presentation to Information Week magazine's IT Council around non-AI opportunities for automation and augmentation. And, as we know in manufacturing, if we're focused on COBOL-based systems, then LLMs and SLMs and agentic AI may be a bit mute. Those are just some thoughts with respect to the implementation strategy, is to sort of bring together those responsible for the HR side of the house, but then the technology side of the house in tandem. More tactically, though, I think manufacturers have a big opportunity in identifying the coalition willing within post-secondary. Not a single hand was raised when we asked the question, is post-secondary ready to meet the moment with respect to AI and other emerging technologies? That's largely true. Fortunately, the tides are turning. And one resource I wanted to share with this audience that is actionable, as of today, is the National Applied AI Consortium. It's true that community colleges are largely considered the engines of economic mobility in regions, but they aren't necessarily equipped with the internal infrastructure to meet the AI moment. Well, the National Science Foundation recognized that gap and funded Miami-Dade College in partnership with Houston Community College and Maricopa Community College District to create this group, NACE. And I would write this down if you're an employer. NACE has been working with community colleges across the country, more than 700 community colleges out of the 1,100 plus community colleges in the country, to build their capacity for AI education. They offer faculty development and upskilling. They develop curricula taxonomies and skills maps with employer partners. They have accumulated investments from the jugular of the AI ecosystem itself, that is OpenAI, Google, AWS, Microsoft. Actually, Google just announced a $2 million investment yesterday in NACE to expand their work. So employers who are looking for a community college partner in their region that is sort of an early mover on AI education, the National Applied AI Consortium is a good resource to find that partner. That's the community college partner to identify, to support new entrants in the workplace, sort of the pipeline into the manufacturing plant, but then also the upskilling and reskilling needs that are necessary of incumbent workers. We've been really impressed by the work of NACE over the past couple of years, and they've really served as an actionable resource to help community colleges build their own chops to deliver AI skills, and for employers to source community colleges that are ready to deliver that talent.
I know you've been quite involved with the Global Economic Council, and this morning it came up about the tension about the competitiveness of the AI, and should America try to always be the first, but how is the world looking at that? Are we going to need each other? I mean, is it really realistic to understand that one country can do it all, that we have to look more globally? How is the Economic Council looking at that?
Well, in 2018, Paul Romer won the Nobel Prize for research underpinning what's called the endogenous growth theory model. And endogenous growth theory explained what economic development looked like empirically over the 20th century. And that was fundamentally a confluence of public investments in R&D, education, and intellectual property. What we're seeing all across the country, including in the US, whether it's the Trump administration or the Biden administration, is a continued embrace, an expanded embrace actually, of tech-based industrial policy. Whether it's Singapore or China or the United Kingdom or the United States, more countries are recognizing that they don't want to leave Paul Romer's endogenous growth theory model to chance. They want to leave it to strategy. And that's why we've had the CHIPS and Science Act, for example, in the Biden administration. It's why this administration has doubled down on leadership in emerging technology development and deployment. It was one of the first executive orders and actions that came out from the administration, the SoftBank announcement, 500 million. So, I think globally, the reason why nations are embracing policies and investments to lead in emerging technologies is because they need to. Silicon Valley didn't come about on luck. It came out after World War II, investments on the tails of World War II, including the creation of the National Science Foundation itself about 77 years ago.
It's great. Well, we hear a lot about work-based learning and how it needs to be utilized more. What are you seeing the initiatives in this particular area?
I think work-based learning is one of the most low-hanging fruit mechanisms to equip students with AI competencies. Whether you're talking about the apprenticeship or an internship or a micro-internship in the case of certificate programs that are less than a semester, work-based learning is the way that we couple the educational environment with the employer environment. There are some exciting pilots that we can look into. Complete College America has a project with this Canada-based group called Ripen, where they're working with community colleges to embed AI-oriented project-based capstones within community college curricula. Project-based capstones, I think, are very exciting as a work-based learning modality because it's low-hanging fruit. It's not very expensive for the college nor the employer compared to a registered apprenticeship, which is on the other end of the continuum. But it's also a way to ensure that students are walking away with the hands-on experiences they need to demonstrate competencies. New America actually conducted the first ever research sprint looking into the experiences of students in community college AI programs. And out of the 5 most salient takeaways from that research, the students had shared with us that they really want hands-on experiences in their AI programs, whether they're getting an associate's degree in AI, a community college baccalaureate in AI, because in 25 states, community colleges do offer 4-year degrees, or a certificate program in AI. And I think that's because, again, the dynamism of AI's impact on the labor market is such that you just can't rest on your laurels. You have to continuously stay at the cutting edge. You could just have faculty remap the KSAs over and over, that's good, but work-based learning is a way to make that tangible for students. So Complete College America's work, I think, is very exciting. The other thing that, I think is worth paying mind to is the registered apprenticeship itself. The Emerging Technology Institute, which is actually based here in Virginia, and Apprenticeship NC in North Carolina actually created the first registered apprenticeship program for AI specialists. They're actually enrolling their inaugural cohort of apprentices as we speak this fall. And I think that will be an interesting model to look out for, not only to expand the pipeline for new entrants into the workforce that are AI ready, but also to actually support upskilling and reskilling of the incumbent workforce. In other countries, the apprenticeship is considered a reskilling mechanism too. But in the US, to the extent we think of it at all, we typically see it as one of those early career launchpad type structures, but it doesn't have to be that way. So exciting to look at the project-based capstones movement for low-hanging fruit. And again, the National Applied AI Consortium, NACE, is helping community colleges with this in real time. But it's also exciting to think about the more sophisticated structures like the registered apprenticeship to meet the AI moment. I mean, after all, apprenticeships have been the gold standard for workforce education since the Babylonian times.
You bring up an interesting, this work-based learning is sort of what we were talking about this morning about validation of learning, and it's interesting. Cybersecurity, which has a little more maturity than some of the other emerging technologies, work cred is involved. It appears that in the academic preparation of people in cybersecurity, employers are finding that they are arriving not having the competencies as required or advertised in this regard. In further analysis of that, they're starting to say, maybe we should be following the healthcare model of the three-legged stool: didactic preparation, clinical education, in this case in cyber or in AI, clinical practice, which can validate problem solving, critical thinking, competency in contextualization, and adapting. That came out this morning a little bit too, is that one of the things is that in this emerging technology world, the individual is going to have to be able to be competent in certain contexts. And so this clinical education is to try to provide a more performance-oriented kind of an approach so that they are given certain contexts with which they can adapt their learning. The didactic preparation is not doing it right now. And so we have been asked to look at whether clinical education should even be accredited in this particular arena because it's such a crucial element in performing and getting performance. And I want to expand the work-based thought. In many of the literatures, there's something about creating learning organizations. And this applies to the SDOs and the standards people about how do you create a learning environment? Because post-secondary education is not going to be able to do it all. Corporate America will be able to do some, but they also must start looking at developing learning environments where resources are at the fingertips for the moment. It is immediate education and ability to learn on an ongoing daily basis. And we have to start thinking that way because we can't rely just on the post-secondary education to do it. They do a wonderful job for the purpose and what they do. But we must think more broadly about how learning occurs in our everyday lives and try to formalize that in some way, I think. So I certainly agree with that. And I have to have a shout out to ASTM in regard to, they just worked and finished about a year ago. So ASTM 3416 about standard practice for competency-based, work-based learning programs. We think that because that has become such a critical particular component, that having a standard like this is desperately needed, because we have no idea whether the OJTs, the internships, the apprenticeships are done with quality. A lot of process kinds of things, but not about quality. And the other component I want to bring up in the relationship to this subject is that many times I hear the standards community talking about, well, they didn't know how to execute the standard. I am beginning to think that we have to be more specific in our standard development and put it inside the standard what the competency requirements would be in order to actually execute that standard. In that regard. We certainly, in many standards, it's in general, but they're so general that it's hard to understand exactly what it is. So I throw that out to the standards community to begin thinking in those terms about how we go about doing that thing. So, Shaylin, I wanted to continue by asking you, your work focus on the future of work and innovation and economy. How do we ensure equitable access to AI training opportunities across different demographic and region, particularly for incumbent workers who may face displacement?
I think this is a very important question. You know, I think there's the focus on capacity building of the institutions that most often deliver the education for working class people in this country. And largely that is community colleges, regional public universities, and certainly our K-12 system. One modality that I think is very exciting to explore that also builds on the work-based learning thrust is a youth apprenticeship. Can we take the best of dual enrollment in high school and combine it with the apprenticeship structure? We already have many youth apprenticeship programs in lots of different occupations, but we haven't really applied it to skilling needs for AI, whether that is equipping youth apprentices in manufacturing or skilled trades or healthcare or other areas with AI KSAs, or like the Emerging Technology Institute model I described earlier in North Carolina, creating an apprenticeship program specifically for new occupations that are emerging as a result of AI, which, to be clear, that latter category is quite small. I don't think we're suddenly, it's like saying during the dot-com boom that everyone's going to have internet jobs. No, we just use the internet in our jobs. In the same way, AI is playing out in a similar fashion. So, you know, thinking about how we expand career and technical education in our high schools with community college partnerships at the helm, that's also been a focus for the National Applied AI Consortium, I might add. In partnership with the University of Florida, they've been creating a skills map that is actually being piloted with Miami-Dade County School District and Miami-Dade College issuing stackable pathways, combining career and technical education and dual enrollment, focused on the AI KSAs, that then articulate into certificate, associate's degree, and community college baccalaureate programs at Miami-Dade. The other thing that I think we need to be thinking about from a policy lens is how do we fund the training of those who are displaced by AI or require some change in their educational trajectory by way of AI. You know, a couple of years ago, the argument was to reform the Trade Adjustment Act program, TAA, to be more focused on Technology Adjustment Act. You know, TAA was created to support transitions for those impacted by globalization. Today, it would have been prudent to have expanded TA to focus on those who are being impacted by technology-induced displacement. Unfortunately, TA was sunset, and I think that was a mistake. We can throw all the money in the world out through the workforce system. It won't change the outcomes. So 2022 evaluation of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, for example, right, found that only among those who complete WIOA-funded training, only 6% wage gains obtained, which was eaten away by inflation in a couple of years. So, you know, I really think we need to be thinking about policies that actually fund the transition of workers from occupation to occupation, or to support mobility within similar occupation clusters by way of upskilling, reskilling. Currently, it's the Wild West. Some states have funds, like Texas. Texas has a Lone Star Workforce of the Future Fund that is actually designed to support training specific to AI and emerging technologies. But Texas is big, and they have a lot of money to throw at problems. Across the country, we need to think a little bit more holistically.
It seems like we also, I was involved with the task force of Office of Personnel Management in the federal government, and they were talking about trying to delineate entry level, if you have a job title that has cyber in it, and then the expertise. It seems like to me we need to do something like that in the AI community, because I'm not sure what is graduate education, undergraduate education, technical education. Is anybody starting to work on that?
You know, this is a good question. I mean, again, I would actually sort of expand the aperture to think about how do we build actually this is maybe a controversial take for conversations like this, but I actually think we often over-index on, you know, chasing the glitzy new skills that we all need to be talking about. You know, oftentimes in discussions like this, you know, World Economic Forum skills report gets cited. Please continue to cite them. My former colleagues love that very much. But the reality is, like, let's take a community college context, for example. You could apply this to the university and K through 12 just the same. Just because at an aggregate, you scrape job postings data and see what are the skills and occupations that are trending upward, that doesn't necessarily translate to an on-the-ground reality. And this is how colleges and credential providers fall into the hype traps. They prematurely create programs based on trend data as opposed to conversations with the people who will actually hire their students. So I would say that one
validation.
Yeah, I mean, I would say one model that I've been very excited about with NACE is they have been trying to help community colleges level up their infrastructure for employer partnerships. Instead of an advisory committee that meets twice a year over coffee and donuts, they have been creating a built model for community colleges to adopt. So this is building industry leadership teams model. And unlike a traditional advisory committee, a built has been designed to be a co-creation mechanism between faculty and hiring managers. So this isn't a CEO sitting on some committee. These are the people who actually decide who gets hired or not. The time frame for built is 12 to 36 months. Each individual KSA is voted on by the faculty and employers, each individual one. They have quorum requirements for built. The BUILT was born out of NSF funding. It's a free resource available for colleges to, again, build their capacity to deliver not just AI education, but education aligned with labor market needs. That is, I think, what we need more of at scale. We can continue to sort of look at this trend level data, but if your regional employers aren't sophisticated in their digitization journey, it's not going to matter. They're not going to need the AI skills that your sophisticated regions are looking for, right? They're going to be much more early on. Through mechanisms like BUILT, you can discern signal from noise. So I would actually maybe, flip the question on its head a little bit. I think whether we're talking about universities, community colleges, or high schools, in order to determine what skills need to be taught to meet labor market needs, it really boils down to those employer partnership conversations.
Yeah, that's why the credentialing community is forgotten most of the time. It's academia and employer, and the standards community and the credential community is forgotten in these workforce, based on my experience anyway. And so I think all of us need to broaden our networks to figure out how we can become involved more in these kinds of networks. We want to have audience participation, so I'm going to stop right now and have you answer some questions, and then we'll react to your reaction to this. And they're going to put up the Slido. There are 3 questions we're going to do fairly quickly, and give us a hint about where your head is in regard to workforce. The first one is going to say, where do you see the biggest gap in workforce standards for AI-enabled manufacturing? Does everybody know how to do Slido? I guess it's been used enough these days. People know.
The AI literacy piece, I'll just maybe put a little bit of an asterisk on my prior comment. I mean, certainly there are baseline skills that should really just be ubiquitous in the same way that we did, typing lessons during the .com boom. There are some fundamentals that need to be expanded, but I do worry that we get a little bit myopic in focusing on these specific skills that are determined by people who are not those hiring our students.
Yeah, it looks like defining is one of the highest, 38%, 20% of literacy levels, career pathway definitions, 17. But this whole idea, I think it really validates what I've been hearing. People are very confused about what is the body of knowledge of AI and how it does. Let's go to the next one right quick.
One reflection on this human-AI collaboration too, Roy. Pew found in a poll this year, 2025, that among all the concerns that the public has with respect to AI, there is no greater gap between what the public thinks and what AI experts think than how AI will impact how we work. It exceeds concerns about the environment, concerns about elections, concerns about media and entertainment and news consumption. So it's the anxiety of our time.
That's great. The next one is, what should the standards community prioritize to accelerate workforce readiness?
This is an interesting question. Yeah, those baselines, that would be useful. We have dozens and dozens of certificates created of all kinds of different providers. It would be nice to have one standard to rule them all, to set that fundamental baseline, and then build off with more sophistication by way of employer partnerships or program creation.
We're hearing even terminology is an issue, because people are talking past one another with the terminology, so we don't know what each other is saying in this regard.
The industry-specific AI framework, I mean, that is another challenge when looking at the aggregate data, is it's not even contextualized to an industry, let alone your region or occupation cluster.
And I'll throw out another one. I get a question all the time about, there's all these AI consultants. How do I know that this person knows what they're talking about? And I'm beginning to think that a lot of people say, well, it's emerging technology, it's too early to try to define the body of knowledge at this point. But I'm beginning to think that we're at a point where some sort of credentialing of consultants that are out there trying to help people should be credentialed with somebody, so people can make good choices about the expertise that they're looking for in this regard. Looks like industry-specific competency frameworks is there, along with AI literacy, which is maybe is the basic one. Any other comments about that?
I think these track with lots of the, I think one reflection on the standards development process is, you know, Roy, we were talking about this just the other day, but you know, the disconnect between quote unquote what employers want and what standards portray is very bizarre to me. And I wonder, given the AI moment, if there's an opportunity to bridge that gap. That would be really exciting to look into. I mean, WorkTread would be best positioned for a project like that.
Well, I think what we heard this morning too about how data is going to, evidence-based data decision making, which healthcare has been saying for quite a while, but in the AI community may be crucial. But the understanding is, where is the data? How do I find it? How do I evaluate it? How do I synthesize that data and make conclusions? That seem to be critical competencies across to what we heard. Let's go to the third one right quick.
While folks are responding, you know, just a reflection, there was a comment in there on validating skills. And, you know, this goes to your point, Roy, of how do we sort of, in order to expedite and facilitate the reskilling, upskilling apparatus in the country, how do we build the infrastructure for that, determining what skills folks have learned on the job? I mean, we think about work-based learning. You know, work-based learning is signaled to employers as a signal of competency just by way of kind of perception, right? There's no mechanism for an employer to differentiate a coffee running internship versus a very sophisticated internship that's aligned with curricula. So I think that's another standards development conversation.
Right. Disconnect between education, I certainly agree with that. And keeping pace. And I do think AI may be able to help with the first one in regard to bringing data faster that individuals cannot keep up with. And also the whole business of one of the criticisms of like, well, I don't have the time to participate. The lack of the breadth of expertise on standard committees may be supplemented by data collection that gets the expertise that that person could not be there presently in that. This is very good data for us to look at and think about how we can develop an action plan in regard to this. Your thoughts, Shaylin, on what you're seeing?
Yeah, no, I think these are, you know, I mean, our conversation so far is focused on that, like AI skills delivery, right? Like, where do I send my folks to get upskilled, reskilled? Where do I look to find talent? But the other side of the coin is how can AIs help solve some of the pinch points that are just inherent to post-secondary education or workforce development systems in general? And I think that is a complete Wild West. I mean, for example, I would love to see the EdTech investment community pay more attention to AI-based solutions to track wraparound service availability at community colleges. That's a market that's completely disparate, and there might be some tools that could make it affordable and attainable for community colleges to build that kind of infrastructure. So in the same way, how do you use AI to expedite standards development such that it can keep with the pace of technology? You know, that's an entirely different side of the coin, but just as important.
It seems also that there's a need for specialization in AI. When I heard today that people need to understand computer systems and how computers talk to one another, that's a major skill versus data analysis and data decision. I mean, it's almost like one person can't have it all, that there will be subsystems and specialization that's going to need to occur in this particular area. I don't know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I even think about, how firms just describe their AI solutions. Actually, maybe just an impromptu poll if folks would indulge. Raise your hand if you're familiar with LLMs. Okay. And now raise your hand if you're familiar with SLMs. Small language models. So SLMs are basically LLMs, but are designed around a firm's particular data sets and insights. And you can think about it as almost like a ChatGPT for WorkCred. You put in all of the documents relevant for WorkCred, all of the work that WorkCred has done, so that you train your generative AI system around your company's unique needs. Specialization is one thing, especially when we're talking about like very detailed, like healthcare would be a good use case for specialization actually. But then there's also kind of a need to just go deeper in equipping decision makers at firms with like that baseline literacy. Agentic AI and generative AI, that's another one people conflate. It's just like certifications and certificates. It's the same thing in AI.
Well, we have come to the end. We have 1 minute. One of the things we haven't discussed was, how many have heard the word micro-credential? Yeah, it's the ding-dong word in education right now. And unfortunately, it has the good, the bad, and the ugly associated with it. WorkCred was working with the University of Texas System in regard to looking at what is a quality micro-credential. And there are 3 basic elements of industry validated, competency based, and comprehensively assessed. If those 3 don't, if the micro-credential can't meet those 3, then it probably isn't worth the return on investment for the person to do it. So that's one of the things we think is important, is we've got to help people be able to make choices in the credential world about how do you evaluate a credential of value in this rate. And it's not always wages. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Shaylin, and thanks.
Yep. Please join me in thanking Shaylin and Roy. Very thought-provoking conversation, which built on this morning's conversation as well. So we're going to take another break. Please return by 1:45 for our next panel. This is where we're going to wrap it all together and take it back to standards, which is where we started this morning. Standards, resources, and roadmaps that can enable AI transformation in manufacturing. So welcome you back in 15 minutes, and then we're going to have a thought-provoking panel again. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. Hello again, everybody. So we've heard today about a lot of really interesting topics, the challenges of scaling AI across manufacturing systems and supply chains. We've discussed the critical importance of workforce development in the manufacturing space, and now we're going to talk about the infrastructure that can make all of this possible, much of it possible. That's the standards, the frameworks, and the resources that enable sustainable transformation. So your moderator for this panel is Christine Dernat, who's ANSI's Associate Director of Standards Facilitation. And Christine is an expert in driving collaborative partnerships and coordination in priority standardization areas. I've worked closely with Christine, and I say she's a great moderator and a great facilitator. So Christine, over to you.
Thank you, Mary. We are active. We got a little bit of kickback there. Is it just me? All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have been able to refill your beverages and have some caffeine for this exciting discussion over the next hour, where our panel is going to explore how to leverage existing standards frameworks, assessing federal and industry resources, aligning cross-industry efforts for maximum impact, and to accelerate standards development. Our panelists are going to share their experiences with other disruptive technologies and standardization scenarios that have transpired through their standardization journeys. This has been within an SDO, through industry, through R&D, and in advocacy. Some approaches are advantageous across the board, but there are instances where It may be beneficial to apply different methods to achieve more market-ready and relevant outcomes. From mobility and automotive standards to advanced manufacturing, centers of excellence, our panelists are going to bring a diverse perspective about what's working, what's needed, and how the standardization community can best serve manufacturers. So let me introduce our panelists. So I will start with James Dickerson, the director of the Asset Center of Excellence. As the inaugural director of the Advancing Standardization for Critical and Emerging Technologies Center of Excellence, James leads efforts to strengthen U.S. engagement in international standards for critical and emerging technologies. Asset focuses on 4 key areas: pre-standardization engagement, workforce capacity building, a collaborative pilot with NIST, and the creation of an information and data sharing hub. James offers valuable insight into how the standardization community is positioning itself to apply lessons learned and best practices to enhance U.S. participation and effectiveness in global standards development. Next, we have Sergio Sanchez, the Director of Business Development and Strategic Relations at the ASTM Additive Manufacturing Center of Excellence. And Sergio works across supply chains to align customer needs with innovative solutions, collaborating with industry, government, and academia to advance adoption of manufacturing technology and standards. He shares real-world examples of how advanced manufacturing technologies like additive manufacturing apply best practices from early engagement through workforce preparedness and implementation, reinforcing a continuous circular approach to standards development and adoption. And then we have Christian Thiele, the Senior Director of Global Ground Vehicles Standards at SAE International. And in his role, he advances mobility knowledge and solutions through the development and application of standards with an emphasis on AI, autonomous and electric vehicles, and legacy technologies. So Christian brings practical experience in integrating emerging technologies into mature sectors where standards play a critical role in day-to-day operations. And last but not least, we have Wally Zoller, the Senior Manager of Technology Standards and Compliance with Rockwell Automation. And with more than 10 years of experience in automation, industry strategy, compliance, regulatory affairs, and project management, he has developed a deep expertise in assessing business impact, strategy, and resource allocation, especially where standardization intersects with industry priorities. And Wally really rounds out our panel as an industry leader actively engaged in standards and strategy development. So each of our panelists have worn different hats throughout their career in standardization, so they're certainly not restricted to their current roles as they share their experiences, but I do encourage you all to take a look at their bios in the program to get a better idea of their background. But effectively, we're going to jump into 3 core topic areas. The first one is lessons learned from other disruptive technologies. The second is what's in that toolkit. I mean, we talk about the smart manufacturing toolkit, so that will be our second portion of it. And then the last one will be strategies for accelerating standards development and implementation. And towards the end of our discussion, we'll take some questions from the audience. So let's begin. All right. So lessons learned from other disruptive technologies. So as industries face ongoing technological disruptions, and understanding the role of standards and how stakeholders engage with them is really critical. So we'd like to explore your experiences, lessons learned, and perspectives on effective participation in standardization. AI has been described as a disruptive technology, but it's certainly not the first disruption that we've experienced in standardization. So can you share your experiences with disruptive technologies and how they've affected supply chains, interoperability, and then we've heard a lot about trust and governance today, so I'm going to add that into the fold.
Oh, nice.
This is probably one of the only questions where I'm just going to have us go down the line because I've asked each of them to speak to it. So I'll start, I'm going to go the opposite way. I'll start with you, Wally.
Oh, sure. So yes, I mean, AI is absolutely a disruptive technology. The difference is the pace at which it's developing, right? We've had disruptive technologies, especially in the automation industry before. Specifically, I would think about collaborative robotics, Internet of Things, even stuff like the digital twin, that we could kind of wrap our heads around, wrap our arms around, and figure out where to participate in those technologies, especially as they got introduced into the standards development organizations. They were sort of in common places where we were already participating, where AI is in such a breadth of SDOs, their associated technical committees, and all the way down to the working groups, that pinpointing exactly where we should participate is a challenge for us. We have limited resources, we have limited time, and so we rely on the SDO community and organizations like ANSI, the USNC to help guide us.
And Christian, how about you?
Yeah, we faced a substantial hurdle starting into the 2000 years, right, as electrification became a factor. In the last 5 years, it's really accelerated, right? Under the Biden administration, obviously, with a lot of the regulatory and administrative sides pushing electrification, there was a need and a sense of urgency for this emerging technology space. Now, electrification's been around forever, but the drive to see it from a sustainability point of view and to accelerate it, move it, was critical. What happened is, from a standards organization, we were then enticed by industry, and industry came to us and said, hey, SAE from the automotive sector, what can we do to push and drive the standardization of electrification, charging, battery technology, traceability, et cetera. So there was a huge, huge industry push. Obviously, at the end of the day, that is a big plus for standardization, because if the industry is pushing it at the forefront, at the back end, we will deliver those standards and they will be acquired. So yeah, emerging tech can be a challenge, but if industry is supporting it and pushing it, and academia and you've got government also supporting it, even on a global scale, it makes it a lot easier.
Yes, thank you. From my perspective, I can think of 3D printing or additive manufacturing as one of those recent disruptive technologies. Additive manufacturing has enabled organizations to go from assemblies that are comprised of hundreds, and in some cases thousands of components, down to applications that have less than 10 or even single point components. Allowing the optimization of designs, allowing the optimization of processes, testing, and even qualification and certification approaches. It has really enabled the ability to optimize systems pretty much by reducing weight in the case of aircraft systems in automobiles. And just like additive manufacturing has disrupted, right, in the hardware fabrication field, AI is doing the same for information technology. And so there's a lot of lessons learned that we can extract from additive manufacturing that could be implemented, that should be implemented in emerging technologies like the ones we're talking about today, artificial intelligence.
James, I think you have like a little bit different of an angle to talk about here within disruption and standardization and a set of technologies. Did you want to share?
Right, so a slightly different perspective. So Asset Center of Excellence it's only been around for a few months, and so I would draw upon, based on your question, a previous experience and disruption from a view that you may not consider to be disruption as such. So previously I was the Chief Scientific Officer for Consumer Reports, the Consumer Product Advocacy Organization. And in that space we had two areas that were disruptive. One relevant to what I do now, which is AI, using AI, specifically natural language processing, to root out potential hazards out in the marketplace on behalf of consumers, to find and identify and ultimately drive for recalls in faulty products. We were successful to get 3 recalls based on our natural language processing-based platform in partnership with our advocacy division. But for me, the most relevant disruption was the involvement of individual consumers to disrupt the marketplace and ultimately end up having voluntary standards, which we all know, consensus-based standards, driven toward industry-required mandatory standards. And that was in the area of furniture, the well-known furniture tip-over issues that occurred several years ago. And so I was involved deeply in that. And in that case, it was the rise and deep involvement of consumer advocacy organizations, as well as individual parents who were adversely affected by this, who got involved not just in the pre-standardization testing process, but also in the standardization process itself, actually finding ways to get involved in the deliberation and ultimately pushing through what ended up becoming the Sturdy Act.
And sometimes getting that end user participation in the process is one of the most challenging. So to see that kind of adaptability to achieve, get across the finish line is great. In some of the other areas that we talked about, additive manufacturing, automation, additive manufacturing, electrification, I feel like one of the touch points is just how, not just with the evolution of the technology and how it's adopted by other sectors and kind of grown over time, that there are some lessons learned about how to approach standardization to support this wide breadth of impact that it has. So can you talk about some of those approaches that the standardization community and even industry takes to, to getting across that finish line? Like what's worked and what could be improved upon?
I'd love to start here. At the end of the day, industry, we obviously have academia, industry, and government all engaged in driving consensus-based standards. But the key is at the bottom line most of the time. It's the ROI. And for us who build standards, people think, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Well, it does. Why does it make sense? We, from a scale, and economies of scale, through industry, through the stakeholder partnerships that we have through industry, they send their consensus-based individual subject matter experts to help develop these standards. Why do they do that collectively and share some of the IP, critical IP and things of that nature? It's to build that economies of scale, get the costs down. They share that cost across a wide body of engineers. And in turn, instead of doing the design and development of that type of technology or standard internally, they now share that cost across the board. So at the end of the day, you show them the ROI. This is where the challenge, where Jim and Doug and Gerald earlier were talking, right? How do you show that? And the key is, tell the story. And what we are doing now at SAE is we are showing the story and showing the millions and millions of dollars that are being saved on various standards that they co-developed within the industry. And I think that's one of the key bottom lines. You have to start talking to the C-suite folks, let them recognize and understand that giving up some time of their employees and their engineers to help develop these standards is a cost benefit to them. And if you show them that and you demonstrate that, they will release those engineers to be allowed to work on these standards for you. So that's one of the key elements that we need to focus on.
Yeah, and I'd love to expand on that. First, I would love your elevator pitch for the C-suite, if you want to do that to me afterwards.
That's an IP within myself.
Okay, all right. We'll talk.
Yeah.
But it's like it's absolutely critical to identify the standards experts, the SMEs that you already have within your organization, and how can you leverage those for these future disruptive technologies, right? Because we will be referencing either direct intellectual property, direct knowledge, or previous standards upon which these new standards will be built on, and that's how you can also reduce those bottom line costs.
Yep.
If I could jump in, I want to touch on something you said, Christian, which for me has been a governing principle in my career, communication.
Yep.
It's extremely important within an organization, within a community, industry, and within the entirety of the ecosystem. It's something that we're trying to build out an asset, and I think the standards community could use even more, as is everyone, more communication, more thorough communication, more expansive communication, more free. The freedom to communicate is something that I think will ultimately benefit everyone, all stakeholders.
Yep.
I have a slightly different approach to it, and more from one of my previous employers, the Boeing company. I never stopped learning about standards in my 10 years spent at the Boeing company. They had a culture of standards primarily help you define the configuration. And second, they're living documents. They're living clauses that will continue to evolve. So when you have that mentality, you can take the risk and start documenting initially, right? Starting small, like I heard earlier today, the actual configuration of your technology, be it materials, be it test methods, be it processes, be it systems. And by working, to your point, openly and early enough with the different stakeholders within the organization is what I learned, right? Be it materials and process, be it product development, be it fabrication, design, or even configuration management in the product standards organization, then you start engaging everybody early enough to define the configuration that allows you to evolve the standards. Boeing has one of the most extensive, most comprehensive standards organization that I know of. And They're leveraging all the different standards, and they horizontally and early in the process bring the standards to then continue to develop their internal configuration. So it's really having this at a cultural mindset level. They're living documents, and they help you define the configuration. They don't have to be perfect, but as long as you start defining that configuration and collaboration, then you start kind of, quote unquote, bringing fidelity or resolution to your technology.
And James, you spoke to something of the ecosystem, for example, and I feel like Sergio and Wally, you tied to this a little bit, but can you speak to how different stakeholders are benefiting from the standards, and how can they better prepare themselves for engagement? So you think about kind of your strategy for engagement. How do you prepare for that? And then what are those benefits to the different, it's not just industries driving it, right? But they're not the only players that are at the table. You've got other different stakeholder types who are there and make an impact. And so how do each of them kind of bring their value to the table, and how do they prepare to maximize that? Well, I'll start with you.
So, again, drawing from previous experience, certainly having industry involved, critically important. Having SDOs, critically important. Having academia, critically important. Having government, critically important. All of those are extremely important to have a thriving, healthy ecosystem. I charge that there's a component that's left out often, which is media, the general public, and just back to the earlier point of sharing information. That, I think, ultimately will facilitate some of the challenges that we have in AI, in quantum, in bio, in semiconductors, where the technologies are evolving or revolving in terms of revolution at such a huge pace. In some cases, weekly, quarterly. I was just attending another conference on Monday called the Q plus AI conference, and they were talking about literally daily evolution of their frontier and how to keep up with regulation as well as just standards in general. And so if we can have all parties involved, including media and dissemination of information, that I think can help us continue and keep up pace with the state of innovation.
The challenge from the ground vehicle game as it relates to, and I talk everything from micro-mobility to the vehicles to commercial, to anything on wheels or on the water. The challenge, what we see now is the car, the automobile, has dramatically changed in the last 30 years. It used to be something where the rubber was the only connection you ever had to, I'll call it outside of the person driving the vehicle, to the infrastructure around you. Today, the landscape, as we see it, has so dramatically shifted and changed that the industry, when I talk industry, it's not just the automotive or the heavy truck industry anymore. You are now talking with energy, you're talking with street signs, you're talking with other vulnerable road users that are in there. So it's become very, very complex to help build these standards. And for us, when we need the industry voice, we are now, and that goes back to the statement I made earlier, where you have to communicate and educate and tell a story to get these people engaged, because a lot of these people never were involved heavily. The automotive game, hey, it's been around for 125 years, we've been developing standards. But some of these other emerging areas have not been so engaged in that arena, and to show them the positives and that their IP isn't going to be, abused and things of that nature becomes very challenging. And that's where you have to be able to tell a good story.
Well, Wally, what about from your perspective as you think, from an industry company going into a committee meeting, or if you've been solicited to take a leadership role, how do you gauge and prepare as an organization to determine how you're engaging and where?
Yeah, so first, we have to take a targeted approach. Like I said, we have limited resources and limited bandwidth, and that also brings in the idea of the ROI. If we're going to pay the significant amount that it takes to participate or to lead these organizations, are we there to monitor? Are we there to influence? Or are we just there for the transparency? Each of those can have different values in different situations. Sometimes we just want the transparent information so that we know where our competitors, or more appropriately our peers, are moving, and that we're moving in the right direction. And in other times, if we do have the, the requisite expertise to be able to place that in the proper places. Now, we don't work for OpenAI or Google, so oftentimes, it's somebody who has taken on this mantle as a part of their education or their career path, and how do we encourage that to make sure they get to those leadership roles and are participating in those arenas?
I can't remember which of you talked about how there might be, various standards organizations kind of coming into play here, and there are hundreds of SDOs alone, so whether in the U.S. alone, and a number of them may be involved in developing standards for our particular technology, particularly some of these disruptive ones where you have horizontal and vertical types of standardization considerations. And that can be really daunting for industry to navigate and determine where to invest their resources. So that they can actually strategically position themselves to, drive forward in a way that's going to maximize benefits. So, how do you recommend stakeholders navigate that environment?
That's a good question. Again, I think it goes back to recognizing and understanding their bandwidth, recognizing, understanding, especially in the automotive arena, from an OEM perspective, the tier supply base needs to understand what the market landscape looks like, what the future looks like, and where to invest their resources or allow their resources to be invested in helping develop those standards. And again, it goes back, and I can't say it enough, about telling the story of, and showing them through research, through benchmarking, where the landscape is headed, so they can help support and develop those standards that are most meaningful within their organization, that deliver to the end consumer the product that is desired.
Yeah, and in addition to that, I love that you use the term benchmarks, because if there are benchmarks and metrics, that helps us gauge the output, and then that helps us reach compliance. And I would be remiss not to mention compliance and conformity in this discussion. And so that's where we can really start to demonstrate the value on the output end rather than at the beginning.
I may also add that, thank you, I may also add that stronger collaboration around the roadmaps of the different SDOs and how those are communicated to the stakeholders so they can understand the scope and the focus of these SDOs when it comes to materials, when it comes to testing, when it comes to systems, when it comes to software. So then they know, depending on their needs, internal needs, be it on hardware or software, they can then allocate the resources intelligently, right? I'm all about competition, but the reality is that some SDOs are really good in some things and others in other areas. And so it's really more collaboration in partnership with ANSI to make sure that those roadmaps are clear, so then these stakeholders then can understand what is ASTM good for, what is SAE good for, what is IEEE good for, and they can more intelligently allocate the resources.
Yeah, and Sergio, that it goes to one simple word, co-opetition, right? Cooperation and competition jointly. We obviously work with a lot of SDOs like yourself, and what we're trying to do is recognize the expertise within those various SDOs, and you reference them and you move forward to deliver what your particular industry may have needs for.
Yeah, there's one last thing that I wanted to add, and it really comes down to stakeholders cared about standards that are, I'm a big fan of these three words: adequacy, suitability, and effectiveness.
Yep.
Right? If you capture those three things in your standards, whichever SDO is, then stakeholders are going to determine, is this standard suitable and adequate to what I'm trying to do, and is it effective at doing the job that it needs to do, right? There's multiple standards, I can count hundreds of standards that are not necessarily as used as other standards because they're not suitable for the technology, they're not effective, and then organizations like the Boeing Company and the like struggle to determine which standard is the best. And so we want to be able to kind of, right, formulate the basic framework around these standards regardless of the SDO, so then we can drive the right level of competition and collaboration between the two organizations.
This morning we heard a lot about data sharing and the importance of that just for the success of a technology in the marketplace, and data sharing among SDOs and the experts in industry who are participating in those is equally as important in helping get those market ready and relevant standards to meet the three core things you just spoke of. But James, I'll turn to you too, because the fourth key activity of Asset is on information sharing and a data hub. And
exactly right.
And how did we get to that being? There's a reason why that's one of the four key areas. And so, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
So, yeah, the concept of data sharing goes to everything that's been said here so far about information, about, can you say
co-opetition.
Co-opetition. I need to write that down, co-opetition. it's core to how particularly critical and emerging technologies have to view not only the state of affairs internally in their own corporation or company, but the state of affairs as they are co-opting with the rest of their frenemies, as it were, as well as the entirety of the ecosystem. And so our view is that having a centralized hub where we can share best practices, we can share strategies and ideas, we can share just information associated with how each of those 4 CETs will exist in the past, will exist in the present, and should look forward to going into the future. That, for me, not only is an obvious pillar for asset, but it's an obvious pillar for any industry that really wants to continue innovation, be cognizant of the direction that innovation's going, and to try to stay relevant if you're going to be very selfish as an individual company.
So let's shift a little bit into the toolkit. So, I mean, I could argue that the toolkit is organizations, it's partnerships, it's resources that help guide and accelerate standards development. So let's start with one of the most obvious tools that industry has. That is the Standards Development Organization. They don't just exist as a place to go and develop standards. There's a breadth of work that is done behind the scenes that is incredibly helpful to industry as they, navigate that. And when I think of standards organizations, I think of this from consortia to accredited ANSI SDOs, right? Each has their own strengths and capabilities. So can you speak to kind of what they have to offer industry and standards development, or maybe even like what expectations you would have from an SDO to help you? So there's different angles you could look at that.
I can volunteer from an ASTM perspective. You briefly spoke about additive manufacturing as an example of a disruptive technology, right? It's been around for about 40 years, but it was really more kind of at the aficionado, hobbyist level for about 25 years or so. It was around the mid-2000s, right? Boeing had already been working on this for about 10 years since the late 90s, integrated it into different platforms. But it was around the mid-2000s that the industry kind of came together. Well, multiple experts came together and realized we have to do something about accelerating this technology. And the one way to industrialize it is through standardization, right? Is an element, a key element for industrialization. However, right, through the traditional review cycles and coordination cycles, it was not moving fast enough. And so over the years, what ASTM realized was we need to come up with better ways to accelerate the development of standards as well as the adoption and implementation of those standards. And so the approach of pre-standardization and post-standardization activities came about. So research to standards, for example. So ASTM started a series of activities where we then help convene multiple organizations, industry, government, and academia to then share best practices, share data in order to, quote unquote, gather the necessary information, the 80-20 information, right, from a Pareto principle perspective, that can then be shared with the committee, right, the F42 committee, for them to, right, they don't have to tear apart the entire process of standardization and take 2 to 3 or even 5 years to release the standard. Why? Because already work was done and a pre-consensus built based on that convening, that workshop, if you will. And that was to accelerate it. However, adoption is also important. A standard gets released, but technicians, operators, many engineers sometimes don't understand the scope of the standard, its suitability. They need to be trained. They need to be guided. And so this is where the Center of Excellence of Additive Manufacturing at ASTM then implemented, right, intelligent services, right, with Wohlers, started basically bringing expertise, subject matter experts on different areas to then provide consulting services to organizations that were in the process of adopting a new technology or a new set of standards in their own manufacturing process. And so the entire cycle was developed and has worked really well for additive manufacturing. Just so I can speak to it, I mean, around 2007, when the first standard, the terminology standard, was developed, in about 10 years, they had about 17 standards. And between 2017, 2018, and now, it's about close to 82 standards and about 60 work items that will be released in the next 2 years. So you could see it was really an acceleration curved over the last 10 years just by implementing these approaches. So.
Yeah, and I love that. And I would sort of bring it all together by saying it helps industry, it helps us to offload bureaucracy or offload the administration of those standards work, right? We internally have training programs and mentorship programs to get people involved in standards at appropriate levels and then grow their journey rather than career, through the standards process. But having those SDOs and that existing infrastructure and being able to lock into those allows us to hit the ground running. Right, we're not starting from zero. We're not taking someone, straight out of college and saying, "Hey, guess what? You're assistant secretary of a TC," which, by the way, is what happened to me and how I got trapped in all this. But that is not the approach for everyone. And so to have the existing infrastructure of the SDOs to do, pre-work so that everyone can hit the ground running and industry knows what they're getting into is very valuable.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, both great things, Sergio and Wally, what you guys were talking about, is recognizing, understanding we have to continue to educate and develop these future STEM folks, these future subject matter experts. And I think it starts in secondary, it starts in primary, secondary, and continued education programs, even developing those professionals to go back in there. There's a huge gap, and hey, somebody, I think it was, somebody made fun, and he's not here anymore, that was Steve, who you guys all had a chance to listen to yesterday. But he said, "Hey, you're an old automotive guy." Yeah, the problem is, no offense, we want less gray-haired people and get some more youth and energized folks into these standard bodies. And for us, it's all about that education and driving it through doing Formula SAE and things of that nature and bringing these people back in. Sure, they need to garner a certain level of experience, but we can nurture that experience and then drive them back into helping develop and build some of those standards.
If I may add to that, it's key, in my opinion, to really embed some level of standards in curriculums in engineering or STEM schools right now. Because I think it's exposing young engineers that are working with these innovative technologies to understand why standards exist, right? The reasons of standards, right? Safety, quality, interoperability, procurement, commerce, the different reasons why the standards exist, so then they can develop that interest. And in the process, they can contribute to ways of accelerating the release of these standards, make them more dynamic. But I think it's really important that we work with schools directly and try to embed elements of standardization within the core engineering courses.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm sorry, I keep stealing your but it's critical, both in terms of introducing it into the curriculum so that people know what standards are when they enter the workforce and have a passion for it. But second, that they're prepared to participate and that they'll bring us the feedback for how to accelerate these standards. I can't tell you the amount of young professionals we've sent to some of the meetings run by the organizations in this room who come back and say, "Why in the world are we toting around printed materials? That is not how we work. That's not how I learned to work. We've got to move faster."
So I completely agree with everything that's been said. Education and workforce development is a core pillar, one of the core pillars of Asset. What we heard earlier today about different approaches to tap into those who are receptive to the idea of being involved in standards, I think is really critical. I'm thankful that I have our education and workforce development manager in the audience, and so she's been taking fantastic notes on this space. One of the things I thought was really interesting is this idea of apprenticeship, but not early career or even pre-career mentorship, apprenticeship, but really apprenticeship throughout your career trajectory. Being able to not just upskill, because I think I've heard over the last several weeks that in conferences, that word used over and over and maybe even misused. But I think the idea of apprenticeship hits on it because it gives someone who's already a subject matter expert, but it may be not in this subject, opportunity to become more of an expert in this subject, be it in AI or be it in quantum or be it in biotech. And so thank you for leading up to that. And I think this idea of apprenticeship that we heard earlier today really is fantastic.
Yeah, and I don't think that it is, I don't think it's celebrated enough because what it does is it provides an additional output for especially young workers to express their interests and learn new things. And there may be some concern among employers that it exposes them to poaching because you're constantly, but it's quite the opposite. It helps them build their career internally, build up their resume, and provide their value to their employers by saying, like, look, this is a unique skill set that only I can provide to you.
And it strengthens the employer.
100%.
That's the key. And we have an event, Auto Drive, that we do, which is obviously, let's pivot from electrification, but another space that's challenging, and GM just made an interesting announcement today. But the automated driving space, ADS and all of the V2X and communication and protocols, we are getting young engineers and university programs involved in the auto drive side, which they are working with standards and helping develop and do the research of those standards actively, young kids. So that is part of the key is to continue to get them engaged at that age, because they will carry it forward into the standard development side.
And that internalizes it for them.
Absolutely.
And so if it's internalized for them,
yep,
as they grow in their careers,
yep,
they will impart that idea, that internalized philosophy to others.
Yep, and they recognize the messaging too. They recognize the return on investment, with reducing cost of engineering, with procurement cost and everything. But the bigger picture is outside of the industry scope even. It's to benefit humanity from safety and quality and delivering.
Exactly.
That is the key. That's why we have the standards. And sometimes the standards are even better and stronger than some of the regulatory side, even some of the FMVSS, which are referenced then in that. So for us, that's why maybe deregulation is a bad thing, is not a bad thing, because at the end of the day, the industry really, because the consumer at the end, the industry is really driving to be better than anything and deliver that safety and that message.
Let me just one last thing. I don't think I heard the storytelling. We're not really good at storytelling. I think we need to get better at storytelling. I once heard at Boeing that what is an airplane if not 20,000 standards taking flight, right? When you put the big picture together around standards and you associate it in a clear picture, in a clear way, students, teachers, government, engineers, everybody gets it. It's 20,000 plus standards coming together, working together in action, and seeing a beautiful airplane taking off.
Yep.
That's what it is. And so it's like being able to tell that story so students can get excited about, oh, that's what standards are all about, and then providing them the tools for them to get engaged in the development of those standards.
And you can hear the passion here on this stage. Yeah. Who thought standards would be fun, right? But there is a true passion, because what we see is innovation and creativity and the forefront in moving forward in industry and technology.
And helping society.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Bottom line, that's why we have standards.
Yeah.
And there's this element of fulfillment too that I just want to talk a little bit more on, is when someone acts as an agent for their company or their organization externally among their peers, there, at least from the feedback I've gotten from my employees, there is a tremendous sense of fulfillment, right? That they are actually participating in the community rather than just doing their job for a narrow focus.
I'm at ASTM for a reason, but every time I walk in an airplane, and many of you know I travel a lot for my job, I walk into an airplane and I start looking at the parts. I work on the composite area in aircraft, and every time I think of the plastic or polymer parts, I think of the material specs, the process specs. They all come to my head, and I get excited because I knew I worked on that material, I knew I worked on that process, I knew I worked on this. And it's every time I walk into an airplane. So it's really building that excitement and that connection.
And Sergio, what's funny is every time I walk on an airplane, on the door, there's a serial number, and I take a picture of the serial number. It says when the date of the aircraft was built. Understand and recognize that aircraft is still up in the air and flying consistently. It may be a 30-year-old airplane, but it's because of the quality and the strength of those standards that develop.
Production certificate 700.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
We are all very fun at social.
But,
to close the loop on standards organizations as a part of the toolkit, a big part of the toolkit is some of the examples that our panelists have given here from pre-standardization. Most SDOs have some level of emerging professionals types of activities, internships, and so to the AI community looking at, why would I get involved in standards? Standards organizations do a lot more than just standards to help advance the industry. So, but let's kind of change the direction a little bit and talk about partnerships. and how AIS stakeholders should consider leveraging or expanding their partnerships to enable or accelerate standards development. And I look at partnerships as formal and informal, so not necessarily I've got to go sign a contract with another group, but just the power of partnerships and how that can help accelerate.
Yeah, I'll start. I was on a phone call yesterday with UL, and recognizing the value that UL brings to the standards that we are developing for the mobility space, right? At the end of the day, they have their expertise, and they have their subject matter experts that are truly focused on what they do, and we have ours, but we bring those and reference those standards within our standards too, to even from a co-opetition point of view, it's to bring those standards to the best ability that they can be to deliver that expertise to the industry, so they are allowed to build the best product for the safety and the humanity at the end of the day.
I also think partnerships, to steal from the physicist, have their own gravity, right? So once enough of these people, organizations, no matter what field they're from, come together, it brings more expertise, more partners together to make sure that they're providing the top quality output. Yeah.
Yeah, we have now over 14,000 subject matter experts working on and when I started, and I've only been with SAE for 4 years, I was in the automotive game for a long time as a tier supplier, but we were only at 10,000. We're now at 14,000 people. But you have to understand, because of the emerging technology, and I wouldn't even call electrification emerging anymore. I would call automated, I think electrification's here. Let's be clear on that. But the needs now are there from a standardization point of view, and that's why it's so critical.
From my perspective, for effective partnerships to work, I think you need to have rules of the road. You need to have roles, right, of these players, the partners within the partnership, and have a mission. Right? We do not want to be divided and conquered. The reality is that there are forces out there that are trying to, quote unquote, play to our dynamics, competition dynamics, and we should continue competing, but we need to work together towards the end goal, and in the process define what our roles are, so then we can standardize, define the configuration of these critical and emerging technologies together with healthy competition, but not allow external forces to divide us and conquer us.
Something that we were talking about a little bit earlier, not really a North Star, but a North Pole, where there can be general alignment. Everyone doesn't have to be like toy soldiers, but you're generally aligned. You understand your role, your position, your expertise, as well as respecting the expertise of others. Trying to, again, have society as the ultimate benefactor of the beneficiary, of the things that you're doing, the efforts, but also knowing that if you're co-aligned, if you're looking toward that North Pole, that ultimately each constituency, each member of this collaboration, cooperation can achieve their goals. I mean, there's no guarantee, but you optimize the opportunity so that you can achieve your goals.
Agreed. Government has a role, industry has a role,
Indeed.
Academia has a role, and even within industry you have primes and then you have the supply chain at different levels. And so they all kind of have the role in how they implement, adopt, and accelerate the standardization of a critical and emerging technology. So it's helping working together as SDOs to define those roles so then they can come and play and have a voice, an equal voice when it comes to the development of the standards.
Yeah, and Sergio brought it up perfectly. It's the value chain within the supply base, right? And understand and recognize they all have a voice, especially now with the complexity, as mentioned earlier, from the vehicle. There's so much more engagement from infrastructure folks, from electricians or electrical people, from all walks of life, because the communication protocols that are within a vehicle now to the external world and touching what they touch and what they do, you have so many people engaging. That's why the number has gone up so much with subject matter experts of all different levels.
Yep. Communication is the warp and weft threads that tie us all together.
Yep.
So I pull on a couple threads of what you talked a little bit about is within SAE and ASTM, how industry is driving a lot of this. So It's not just one type of stakeholder that's coming to the table. So it's Rockwell Automation and your partners and your customers who collectively come to the table and bring a voice. And that influences the content in the standard and helps achieve consensus in what the industry as a whole is trying to drive. But industry members, so when I think of the AI community trying to leverage partnerships and advocate for them within the SDOs, you also have a very strong voice as industry to go to your standards developers, the staff there, to help talk about, we are seeing these things and they are complementary, how can we partner? And to leverage the SDOs to help you navigate some of those conversations. They can always obviously be done at a working group level, but you've got partners, the SDOs are a tool for you, so help you navigate those waters. So let's shift a little bit into that. So as an industry-led standardization community, as a private sector-led standardization community, how can this community best leverage the government as part of their toolkit, their experts and their resources?
I'll go. So the key is identifying and the criticality and what the roadmap is from the government side, from a regulatory perspective, as it relates to, let's say, NHTSA. Let's say even on a global scale, UNECE, WP29, the Working Party 29, focused on automated driving and safety, saving lives. 1.3 million lives are lost on the roads on a global scale, with 43,000 here in this country on an annualized basis. What can we do? So the government will say, hey, here's what we want to try to achieve and the targets we want to try to achieve. And we utilize academia for research and development. We utilize test labs for research and development. And all of this is done up front, forefront, before we even start building into standards through consortia, through industry talking, what do we need to move forward in these landscapes? And for us, that's the critical part. The standard, industry defines what they need. Government defines what they need. And then the standard is built to achieve that goal. And it's continuously reopened and revised and updated. It's a living, breathing document, as Sergio so kindly said earlier. So for us, the key is to make certain that the government is engaged and not just our U.S. government, not just the DOT, DOE, FFA I'm more focused on the DOT and you're more focused on the FFA. But at the end of the day, for us, it's truly utilizing where their vision and mission is, understanding the roadmaps, understanding how SAE can help in those roadmaps. And ANSI is a big part of that too. We develop that roadmap together and you share the insight of the SDOs to help develop that roadmap from a government perspective.
I go back to, thank you very much, Christian. I go back to specifying clear roles. Government has a role when it comes to public safety. That's what they define, right? They define the parameters and the areas where organizations need to play in, be it on the Department of Transportation, the FAA, the FDA. Besides that, they do not get in the business of how companies need to do technology. The role of government is that. The role of industry is how to then develop the right technology, right? Again, back to suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness that meets or plays within that public safety sphere, if you will. And so it's really helping them understand that they have a voice, they have a chair to sit in these SDOs for them to convey, right, their recommendations, their insights as to whether the standards fulfill or not, right, their intended needs. But it's really clarifying those roles for each of the organizations or each of the stakeholders.
Yeah. Yep. And not to be overly pragmatic, but it also helps us map out where the funding is going to be, right? And then we can decide whether that funding or those funded organizations are appropriate for us to participate in, or if there are opportunities for us to augment our top line to make sure that we have participation opportunities.
Yeah, and especially from a research perspective too.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be very, very careful from a funding perspective. Dollars are tight. And we recognize that and see that from our industry stakeholders. They are very careful on where they invest their money now, and you have to, again, it goes back to communication and telling the story and advising them, hey, here's the landscape, here's the forward thinking, here's the future, here's what's coming at you. We need your help to develop those standards.
Great. So let's shift gears a little bit to talk about acceleration of standards development and implementation. So like one of the biggest challenges is bringing the right experts to the table and getting their commitment and to engage and over the long haul, not just to get it across the finish line, but then, you know, to maintain it from going forward. So what strategies have you found to be most effective in securing their investment, and, you know, what information helps motivate the participation? And I know, Christian, you talked a little bit about this in the beginning when you first talked, but I wanted to open that up more.
I think we need to tell a better story around standards. For some reason, right, in my 20-year plus career working on standards in different organizations, now at ASTM, there's been this connotation that standards slow things down. But I always go back to the Navy SEALs mantra that says, slow is smooth and smooth is fast, right? There's a reason why we need to standardize, right, in order to bring consensus, in order to bring an understanding around quality, safety, interoperability. And the moment that that takes place, suddenly acceleration occurs. But it's at a very fundamental level, it's just shifting our mindset and telling a better story that standards, sure, will slow you down, but will make things smooth. And by making things smooth, you can go faster. So it's really just kind of starting to tell that better story around that mantra. And I use it every time I can. So.
No, I think that's great. And getting people excited and your stakeholders to allow their people, their subject matter experts to participate in standards is great. But let me be clear. If you have a lot of engineers who start focusing on a standard, i.e. J3400, we had 150 engineers that were participating, this could become a quagmire as well, and this could slow things down. At the end of the day, what's critical is obviously from an effectivity and efficiency point of view is defining the clear scope that needs to be developed. And with the J3400, there was scope creep because of all of these. So all of a sudden now we said, okay, let's get back on focus, J3400-1, we focus on adapters, and then we said, well, let's go back to the original scope, J3400-2, which is just the physical mechanical makeup of said plug, which is what we wanted for the North American charging system initially. But it became a very large system, and understanding the system very similar to CCS, what we were doing. So at the end of the day, the challenge is, yeah, don't always wish for, you know, in July of 23, we got in June of 23, we got all excited when Tesla announced its partnership with all these people. Before you knew it, people were knocking down our doors to participate, which is great, which is what you want, but at the end of the day, it does sometimes impede progress too.
Taking a more tactical or from a practical standpoint, earlier in the panel this morning, there was talk about not enough data. The formatting or the standardization around data needs to be worked. I agree. I think we need to come up with normalizing the data formats, because then we can then leverage AI to then help us do things such as sharing lessons learned from the automotive industry into the aerospace industry by leveraging that data format and things such as design, failure mode, and effect analysis like FMEAs or PFMEAs, right, where one industry shares with another. 20% of the work, right, is done by AI, but it answers 80% of the questions. And it doesn't even require the human involvement. Why? Because we have standardized the data formats that can be, quote unquote, used across different industries. And then you get the SMEs involved to then look at how does that FMEA on design or process fit within aerospace or automotive or medical. Because at the end of the day, many of the technologies, be it additive manufacturing or formative manufacturing or subtractive manufacturing, are used for most of the things that we use on a daily basis, regardless of what the use is. And so there's so much there that we can benefit by just standardizing the data formats. And so it's one way that we can help accelerate the cycle of development of standards.
Yeah, the digital space is unique, and understanding and recognizing the data in digital space is critical, especially in design development. And now I reflect back on I'm taking my SAE hat off for a minute, reflect back on the fact of design development of product and utilizing technologies like FEA, which the automotive industry has done, but it's now gone up exponentially, right? And you can get to the 99.9999% through simulation, digitization, of what's actually going to happen to something when testing and validation of a physical product doesn't even need to happen anymore. The challenge is convincing these people, and we heard it earlier this morning, is do they trust it? And I still walk into NHTSA at times and say, yeah, we got this great thing, we can speed things up, move things faster, da-da-da-da-da. And they're looking, so you're not going to crash a vehicle? Well, no, we will, but not hundreds or thousands of vehicles, right? So at the end of the day, we have to start accepting and trusting the digital space that is out there.
Yeah, I can think of, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, to extend on that, standards also provide a level of stability.
Yep.
Especially, I hear from our R&D guys, they hate to watch their R&D projects crash and burn, right? But if there is an underlying foundation of standardization of these technologies, they have something on which to build that gives them, some confidence that their products may make it to market, or at least more confidence that those products will be prepared for market and accepted when they get there.
I've had the opportunity and privilege of having worked in the different industries, medical, aerospace, automotive, in my days at Jabil. And there's so much that each sector has learned from each other, but over the span of 30, 40 years, right? When it comes to DFMEAs and PFMEAs, or process validation, IQOQ and PQ, and how different industries are little by little learning because of this collaboration and SDOs, we can accelerate that by standardizing the formats, the lessons learned. And we can, just by doing the 20% of effort of standardizing those data formats, we can get 80% of the acceleration. And so those 30, 40 years of collaboration around quality ways of designing products and manufacturing products, we can shrink it down to a handful of years, or even less than that, if we approach that.
Would you say you find it easier to get the additional engagement because you've got this like maturation of the conversation because you've already had all that data sharing and things to learn? So it's
yes. Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
That makes it more accessible. And so to all of your points, the idea of taking 30 years of back and forth of communicating, but not necessarily trusting 100% every single communication, both your communication outward as well as the communication that you receive, shrinking that down so that there's shared data platforms, shared data forms, shared data formats, and then getting trust leads to the stability that you spoke to. Yep. And then when you have stability and trust, then you can think about not just individual company or individual academic research program or individual innovating, but you can think about industries innovating. Yep. And if you have industries innovating, that ultimately, as we've said all throughout this conversation, benefits society.
Yeah, every car has four wheels, right? And there's fundamental stuff that IP doesn't need to be a part of it anymore, right? You can differentiate a design and a vehicle with one another and have a selling feature, but the foundation and the fundamentals of safety and the aspect of safety and delivering those vehicles in a sustainable way is what's critical through standardization.
Yeah, exactly.
You had mentioned, Christian, about, I think it was J2900, how there were over 100 engineers that came to the table, and you really got to talk about scope and how to, keep that aligned. So talk a little bit about achieving consensus, and I would think about this from, a committee objectives level, or even you talk about the partnership level over at Sergio, like setting clear objectives and roles, right? But can you talk a little bit about strategies for, achieving consensus from the incubation of an activity to document development and how there are nuances of either not having enough people or having too many people or other aspects that you want to talk about?
From an ACM perspective, the Center of Excellence for Additive Manufacturing has been very successful at convening, brokering the engagements of the different stakeholders, right? Industry, government, and academia through workshops and events. And so throughout the year, we probably run between half a dozen to 10 or so specialty workshops, forums, and symposiums where we bring experts, we bring companies to talk about specific things, be it in situ monitoring, could be qualification and certification of materials, could be how to certify machines, etc. And we're able to start building that engagement, that pre-consensus that suddenly brings these synergies that the people come together and work through our committees. And so workshops and events is something that has been very, very key for us to do that. So it's one of the strategies that we've implemented.
Yeah, and I think the events, similar from our side, the events, what they bring is a level of new insights, new technologies, new thoughts, paradigm shifts. And they allow those subject matter experts to deliver white papers on what they see and what comes forward, and delivering that message then to industry stakeholders that are sitting within those events helps to drive their think tanks to understanding what they need to do next from a standardization point of view with the emerging space and technology.
I'm very fortunate to have you as a partner to learn from everything that additive manufacturing has done. ACID is hoping to do that kind of thing. In fact, we're fortunate that we'll have our first workshop in a 1-hour format, so very much a learning from the community, learning from the entirety of the ecosystem to try to get to those stages that you've articulated already. It is, there's a recurring theme here of communicating, engaging, finding ways to provide information and extract information from our key stakeholders. We're certainly taking your lead, so thank you very much. We're taking the lead from ANSI. We're trying to live up to the legacies that both ASTM and ANSI have set for us, and particularly in AI.
Yeah, and it's not the legacy folks that are concerned for me personally from a standard organization. It's the new emerging companies that are out there, right? Yeah. We need to pitch, and that goes back to the communication. We need to pitch and let them know the value that an SDO brings and a standard brings to their organizations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, from an employer-based situation, internally we have training, we have mentorship programs, we have our own young and emerging professionals program within Rockwell Automation, but we rely on the foundations built by the SDOs, by ANSI, by the USNC to help us build those programs and bring the young and emerging professionals on board, because it's their expertise, it's their energy, and it's their thought leadership that's going to take us to to the next level. As you said, the legacy participants are enormously important, but eventually they will retire, and we need to transfer that knowledge and make sure that it is consistent and modeled in a way that's consistent with the new frameworks.
One thing that I want to add is ANSI has done a fantastic job on the additive manufacturing space to define the roadmap, the gaps in the direction for additive manufacturing over the last 10 years or so. The different reports that have been published, many of these workshops generate a lot of that intelligence, small, medium, or large workshops. Being able to integrate the outcome of these SDO workshops in the case of ASTM or SAE with ANSI, so then there's this dynamism basically between ANSI and the workshops that are held, so then it's more effective. It's even more effective, and it's more valuable to everybody as well. And you guys are gathering even more intelligence from the specific workshops that are happening throughout the space.
If I could add one thing that I think, to my mind, summarizes not just what we just said based on your question right now, but summarizes everything that this panel and this meeting has talked about, which it may not sound like it. So I'm prefacing, okay, just we have to meet people where they are. For me, that was one of the guiding principles as being a professor, being a consumer advocate. Is not just talking, it's not just writing, it's not just communicating. It's communicating where the recipient is, not where you are. Yep. And so that, I think, could really nucleate how we end up going forward in AI and other emerging technologies, critical emerging technologies, by thinking about the different stakeholder groups, the different end recipients. Where are they in their business process? Where are they in their governance within a particular company? Where are they within society? And trying to communicate to them where they are.
James, for me, it's understanding the market landscape and the consumer. It's understanding the heart and the mind. And that may be simply stated, but it's critical at recognizing where we have to go and where we have to move forward to.
So
I want to shift a little bit. So we talk a little bit about the consensus and that early engagement of roadmaps, understanding the landscapes and all that work that's kind of done up front, which sort of sets the foundation for more effective consensus building and informing resource allocation. But this morning, Elham mentioned, and if I understood it correctly, that there were 72 functional categories within the NIST risk management framework, and maybe not all of those need standards. But when you think of bringing in a disruptive technology into maybe a more mature sector, there are these complexities, and when there are so many, it can become really challenging to determine what to prioritize and where to put your resources to even get those activities going. And different industries, I'll use just AI as an example again, that different industries are going to be adopting that technology at different paces for their own reasons. And for this same reason, or along the same lines, they're also using standards a little bit differently, or they have different types of conformity assessment. Perhaps there's a regulatory aspect to it. Perhaps it's a market demand for conformity assessment. But do you see a correlation between this readiness of adoption of technology and even the different types of standards that the industry leverages? I mean, there can be a strategy to getting some level of standardization. I feel like the simplest example is, let's start with terminology, but there's more things that can be done early on to help achieve consensus, which sets the foundation for test method development and design specifications. And I'll use the example of like a technical report or a consortia document. So do you see any correlations, and do SDOs also offer this type of like incremental standardization tools?
Yes, and through consortia, and the incremental tool is through research and development, understanding the white paper, and industry coming to you and advising you of what's going on, and letting you know, hey, here's what's coming at you, and truly understanding the market landscape. Through consortia, you do advanced work. I call the consortia the Navy SEALs of standardization. Why? Because they are doing a lot of the research and identifying, hey, here's where we need it, here's where we have concerns, can you help us? And then they deliver a white paper, they deliver a best practice, something, and then that in turn is nurtured through a standardization body to get more refined to target exactly what they're looking for from an outcome.
Yeah, and I was going to use the term roadmap, but you hit the other two terms exactly right on, is you got to interject at an early stage, because commercial pressures are outpacing the pace of standards, right? So, but if industry can say, hey, this is what we need and this is when we're going to need it by, then it helps create a map for everyone to move forward at the pace that's appropriate, safe, and contributes positively to society.
Yeah, especially with the ongoing pressures of design and development of mobility in vehicles. Correct. The shortened bandwidth that you have to design a vehicle, a lot of these standards need to be in place quickly so they can design around those physical attributes of what those standards may deliver.
If I can elaborate on that, really developing unique partnerships and strengthen the existing partnerships with industry. They're developing technology very fast. And if SDOs are able to streamline that communication, right? Going back to communication, they're able to then more confidently share the information with us that then will help us inform the committees on the things that need to be updated. But instead of doing it through human interaction, let's use AI. Identify, based on the input that the SDOs are getting from organizations, identify what clauses are obsolete, are the standards still suitable, basically not wait for the cycles to be updated, but leveraging AI based on that data that is being fed into the models to then tell us how standards need to adapt faster. And so it's really protecting the data that organizations are sharing with SDOs in a way that they feel comfortable. Hey, by the way, 10 standards in this committee, they don't have the suitability or adequacy that we need right now, and this is why. Don't share that information or the IP information with the committees, but these are areas that you need to look into. And then let's leverage AI to then facilitate the job for us.
Yeah. Protecting, but also exploiting in a positive way, exploiting the data that's proffered.
Yeah, the challenge is a lot of people are working in a closed loop AI situation, i.e. Copilot or things of that nature. The fear is going beyond that, and how do you manage that? How do you control that? How do you deliver that so it's valuable to everybody else? That's where the concern is.
companies, especially primes, spend a lot of money developing data.
Yep.
And they're, I can say it when I was at the Boeing company, they're comfortable sharing that data as long as there's good protection around that data and there's good agreements with organizations, be it SDOs or others, for them to share that data for the benefit of the supply chain or the benefit of humanity, if you will.
And this
But
is where the concern is.
We have an obligation as SDOs to then be able to confidently share with them, this is how we protect your data, help us be better, help us help you.
Yep.
I think you kind of segue into my last question before I open up into audience questions here about, you know, how to truly measure the impact of the standards. And I feel like you just gave a great example of how to measure the impact of the use of AI to help measure the impact of standards and maintain them as well. You know, that some of that data may turn around and help identify where things need to be revised for that accuracy. And I keep losing the second one after accuracy. You had three. I guess
Suitability.
Suitability.
Yeah, suitability.
Yeah. To really understand
Adequacy and effectiveness.
But part of it, now when I think of standards for AI and manufacturing, I want to kind of loop that back around to, you know, how the community needs to maintain their engagement beyond just publication date, and really keep that line of communication open to maintain the standards and understand the real world impact. So can you talk about, you know, what's missing? Why have we struggled as a standards community to really evaluate the impact of a standard beyond all of the standards? I mean, there's some big ones where you see, okay, there used to be these incidents and they were causing fatalities, and now that we have this product built to the standard, you've seen these, fatalities decrease in reporting, right? So there's some things that are measurable, but it can be challenging overall to measure that impact. And can we unpack that a little bit here?
Yeah, I think it's vital that we identify how to measure that, because that tells a story. As mentioned at the very beginning of this, we have identified not only financially but data-driven results of how a standard has influenced or impacted society. And if you demonstrate that and show that, and that's the huge key. It's not easy. It's not easy at all, because at the end of the day, to try and reach these different organizations that are utilizing those standards to build their product, you really have to go fish hard to identify where the opportunities lie.
Yeah, and I think in industry at least, there is a non-deliberate misalignment between the business cycle and standards development time horizons, right? And that I think those things are starting to self-correct based on the new tools and processes and the support of the SDOs to help us realign those. But it is very difficult when you have to report every quarter or annually on something that takes 3 years to provide an RTO, right? So it can be difficult.
Put on my operations and quality hat. You can't improve what you can't measure.
Correct.
And you start small.
Bingo.
Right? Establish a baseline. Manufacturing operations at all organizations right now are running metrics because it's the only way they can, quote unquote, make money and be able to deliver for their shareholders. They have a lot of metrics. I think we can tap into that intelligence to start defining what the baseline is today, and as we continue to make improvements in standards, what the effect is on those metrics. And then from there, determine what are key performance indicators, KPIs. But it's to start small, start somewhere, define your baseline, and then go from there. Start improving. You can't improve what you can measure.
So do we still have time for questions? Okay. Sorry, I thought we had till.
No, we're done.
We're done. I told you
No, it's at 3 o'clock.
Any pressing questions? I had 3:10 in my mind for some reason.
Any questions?
Ali?
Just a couple of comments and one question. For partnerships, just adding to what Sergio mentioned on ASTM, ASTM, the Committee for Additive Manufacturing also has a PSTO agreement with ISO TC261, which develops ISO and ASTM standards together. So I think that has worked out really well. I don't know where my NEMA colleagues are, but they also have an electrotechnology. They have a CANINA, right, that allows them to develop binational and trinational standards. And then on JTC one side, we have PAS process, which really takes the consortia specs and transposes them to international standards, making them globally relevant and giving them the platform really to take those standards to the next level. Then the other comment about standards education, I serve as a chair for the ANSI Committee on Education along with Lisa Rachel as the staff liaison. We have a number of activities. I know that you mentioned standards education in the panel discussion. We do a lot of activities for standards education, like for example, standard simulation, where we simulate the standards committee environment for students and emerging professionals. We also have an annual essay competition, and we are also holding a standards education workshop, or hoping to schedule one for next year, where we kind of hoping to develop a roadmap for integrating standards into the curriculum, or Sergio, to your comment on really integrating standards into the engineering curriculum, but also some of the other domains, not just engineering, right? I mean, engineering has a direct connection to standards, but also, you know, healthcare and other sectors that we can leverage. The question I have is really regarding strategies, right? So how does your committees work on strategies to really think about some of these pressing questions, like where to develop partnerships, you know, how do you go about new standards development and in which areas? So does your committees have strategic business plan? I know on ISO and IEC side we do, but like I wasn't sure about the SAE and ASTM.
Yeah, we have a partnership with ISO as well in the automotive arena. Matter of fact, I'm going to be speaking with them next week. But yeah, for us, we are aligned from a strategic perspective with the industry. We have consortia. We bring the industry in to talk about what the needs are and the wants are moving forward. They usually then, in turn, define where they want some white papers or some best practices developed through those consortia, and those in turn then transfer into the SDOs for delivery of standardization. So yeah, we collaborate globally. We're also U.S. tags for many ISO things. TC204, TC22 we manage for ISO as well. So we're heavily engaged on the automotive sector.
It is the same for ASTM. So we have research to standards is one vehicle. The other one is the workshops and events and symposiums. The other one is the consortia that we have. And so we bring different people, different organizations together, and then they work on specific projects, be it material, test methods, machines, or qualification. And then the outcomes of these vehicles then inform the committee. But at the committee level, because of our partnership with ISO, then we tell them, hey, this is what's coming out of ASTM. This seems to be the priority, right, in regards to the roadmap, near term, mid-term, and long term, and then they also bring their perspective from Europe and all over the world, and then we then prioritize, right, within the committee, the technical committee office, then they prioritize what work items then get to be balloted, et cetera. And so, yes, they have a process and a strategy in place.
I think you can also look at this from a very formal or informal capacity. You know, there may be some groups that form like an administrative group within the committee to help inform strategic plan. And then there are other ways where you just make sure every single one of your agendas talks about like forward-looking, like, you know, priority identification, and not just doing that when we have a problem, but consistently doing that at every meeting, and let that set the next agenda, and then go from there. Okay. Yeah.
One more.
I think
thank you very much. Sorry about that. Just first of all, thank you, ANSI, and the panelists. This has been a great discussion and really important. And I just want to make a small call out to the importance of standards development processes and procedures. And this is a hallmark of what ANSI does with its processes and things. But it's important that we keep all the stakeholders in these standards, particularly in the critical and emerging technologies, and hold them to those due process safeguards. There are always related potential competition issues, and it's really very important that those be preserved and not abused. Sometimes I think we've seen where different parts of the world say, well, we're going to put the thumb on the scale so that our localized technology and our localized stakeholders will get an advantage. And this is not where people should be competing. Those protect everybody. But I think it's really important to not lose sight of that and to remind people of the need to have those and to adhere to them. So thank you, ANSI, because you've done a great job with articulating this, but we need to maintain it, especially given the momentum that's building with standards in the technology areas. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to maintain the quality, right? And if you don't maintain the quality of standards, the credibility disappears quickly.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, think of professional sports, football, soccer.
Yep.
You need to have the level playing rules and
Yep.
field for everybody else to compete, but they need to play within those rules, and
Yep.
it applies to the development of standards. Absolutely, you do not want to be putting that thumb on the scale. So, I agree. Very good point.
Thank you all very much for a
Yes.
great discussion. I'm sure we'll be around after.
Thank you.
Well, thanks again, Christine, and all of our panelists. It's a lot of intelligence on the standards landscape and in identifying where we need to focus our collective efforts. So we've had a full day of insights, starting with Elham's keynote on AI's broader implications, and then through discussions of scaling strategies and workforce development, and examining the standards infrastructure that underpins it all. So this wrap-up session, I won't keep you too long, but it's an opportunity for you to weigh in directly on manufacturing needs and standards needs and priorities. You want to hear about your real-world challenges, the most critical gaps you're seeing, and where accelerated development of standards could have the greatest impact on U.S. manufacturing competitiveness. There's a Slido poll to make it easy for you. And I will say that I think the first and the last one are open-ended, but the middle ones are multiple choice. So I'll let you take a look at those, and then we can have a brief discussion. Just to let you know, your input today, all through the day, not just this session, is going to help our own ANSI's priorities and the work of standards developing organizations all across the manufacturing ecosystem. So really, the input's quite important. I know there was a lot of information provided today. I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of thinking to take back and integrate, but I think it was a really valuable session. The juxtaposition of sort of practical applications and practical needs in a very broad but particular sector with what we all know in the standards community as the importance of process and procedures and quality and output. Yeah, so I think we have a lot to work with. The single biggest challenge. Yeah, well, there's a lot about tariffs. Tariffs are creating an issue these days, certainly. Though there seems to be some settling out at least in the near term. Okay. So yes, and this I see tariffs and the trade relationships, and that this is an issue that has come up. It comes up over and over again in the larger. We all live in the larger policy and trade and technical environment, and that environment does influence the actions of stakeholders in the standardization system, and influences corporations. It influences standards developing organizations themselves, government participation, which we see today because the government is shut down. We don't have any government participation, but we live in a larger environment, which does influence the standardization system as well as the use and application of standards. And that's something we all keep in mind, and also the regulatory environment. And so certainly, I see some of the themes that we have actually touched on at a very high level in the U.S. standards strategy is the mixing of technology competition with competition in the standards that underpin those technologies. And that creates challenges for all of us. Lack of consolidated U.S. strategies and forums, supply chain disruptions, yes, resistant to change in the standardization community. I see some nods. We've heard a lot of forward-looking thinking, and I know a lot of folks in the standardization community, all constituencies are doing forward-looking thinking, but I also note that there is at least a perception that there's some sense of risk aversion in the standardization community and in some areas, and less likelihood to try new new approaches. So that's sort of an interesting characteristic. Yeah. Okay, so which statement best describes your view of standards for AI in manufacturing? We'll certainly take all of this input and look at it. It's just a little bit harder to consolidate the open-ended comments than the multiple choice. And this is specific to AI in manufacturing. I know we heard a lot of that. Yeah. Okay. So, a lot of this reflects some of the discussions. Standards are for providing a platform or a baseline in particular areas, in this case for trust and safety, creating a common foundation. Yes, and I know we heard a lot about the need for lightweight frameworks, not beginning with full consensus standards necessarily, but looking at different approaches. Technical specifications, technical reports, white papers, just try what we still call plug fests that try establish interoperability, test interoperability in the broader space, and certainly quicker products which can get out to the market quickly. Try it. If it doesn't work, there needs to be adjustments made. That creates some flexibility. And the question, we need standards, but where do we begin? I mean, one thing I've heard over and over again in the past couple of years is I've gone to the NIST listening sessions on the U.S. government national standard strategy, and then broader listening sessions and convenings that ANSI and others have hosted, is that, and I think Christian mentioned this specifically in the automotive space, I mean, there's been an explosion of standards in any of these priority areas, and the question I frequently get from individuals is, I can't keep track of them. What's important? If you could just even identify the overall body of standards in automation, for example, what are the important standards for me to keep track of, to participate in? It's really hard to wend your way through the standards landscape, and much harder than it used to be, say, 6 years ago. Okay, and which statement best describes your view of standards for AI in manufacturing? Next one. Here we go. Where should the ANSI community prioritize standards? The community, this is not just ANSI, prioritize standards development efforts for AI in manufacturing. Top 3. So data comes up fairly high. Data governance and sharing protocols. Interoperability also comes up quite high as well. Transparency and auditability. And there are standards activities in those areas, certainly in terms of audits currently under development. So yeah, interoperability, data governance, transparency, and auditability, and certainly cybersecurity and risk management. Okay, and then one more on multiple choice. What would give you the most confidence in deploying AI across critical manufacturing and supply chain systems? And then the last one is open-ended, so. And this is from a deployment perspective. As a user of AI, algorithms, models, tools, systems, okay, safety's ranking very high. Safety and reliability. Yeah, and I think certainly starting and initiating with starting with industry-wide best practices and benchmarks, which can then, in some cases, move forward to formal consensus standards. So regulatory clarity, we didn't talk too much about that in the earlier sessions, but I think Elham mentioned the EU AI Act, but there is certainly there are different approaches that regulators are taking across the globe to artificial intelligence and how it is regulated or not. The European Union, of course, has the AI Act itself, a holistic act, which is a regulation. In the U.S., we have largely moved through relying on the existing regulatory system. So we regulate medical devices and medical equipment. So FDA is responsible for regulating AI applications with respect to medical equipment. In the financial services sector, the financial services are regulated, but it is up to that existing regulatory framework, and I could go on. That there may come a time when the existing regulatory framework in a particular sector is stressed in terms of dealing with artificial intelligence applications, but in the U.S. context, that's the approach we're taking currently. So proven safety and reliability, industry-wide best practices, and regulatory clarity and compliance frameworks. And then the last one, that's open-ended. What existing standards or frameworks do you think more manufacturers should know about and use? So anyway, while you're thinking about that, and some of you may be typing, I want to thank everybody for your active participation today. It's been a really great day. As I said, a lot of takeaways. I heard a lot about a lot of things that I found valuable, but in terms of standards, they're living documents, they are tools. They provide a language, they provide a baseline, different ways of referring to standards that are perhaps more precise. Another issue that we heard coming up later, the language issue with when I say standard, what do I mean versus what you hear. And certainly a lot, I think, which helps with respect to James's comments on communication, which helps with messaging, meeting people where they are. Different constituency are at very different places when you talk to them about standards. I can talk to my technical colleagues, and I can have a very high-level, detailed discussion about standards, and we're all talking about the same thing. I can talk to policymakers, particularly new policymakers in the federal or the state space, but certainly the federal space, and I have to start at a very different baseline. And on the Hill, it's the same way. You have to start with a very different context. You can't leap right to standards 201. It's basically standards 101 or even more of a baseline. So just understanding that. We all need to meet people where they are in terms of being able to communicate them the value proposition for standards, and standards as a tool to enable innovation and to help protect national security, to help advance economic competitiveness. So I hope the insights and the experiences and the priorities you've shared today have a lasting impact. They're certainly going to have a lot of impact on our own internal thinking at ANSI as we look at an implementation plan for the U.S. standards strategy. Special thanks to Elham for her keynote, and all of our moderators and panelists and speakers who generously shared their expertise throughout the day. And a big thanks go to ANSI's partners in this event, Association for Supply Chain Management and WorkCred, and to Brookings for their invaluable help. And thank you to ANSI's Innovation Summit sponsors for helping make this week possible. And last but not least, thank you all for being here and sharing your questions, your challenges, your commitment to advancing manufacturing through standards and innovation. If you're traveling, I wish you all the best with your travels. If you're staying local, I wish you all the best with the traffic, unless you're on the metro. And if you're staying for the evening celebration, the ANSI Awards Banquet, I'll see you later this evening. But again, thank you very much, personally and on behalf of my ANSI colleagues. It's been a terrific day. So.